I think so. Why don't you just say hello, goodbye, my love?
Hello.
And then...
Well, all right. That worked out pretty well.
Yeah, the audio...
It is live, yeah.
The audio is pretty equal now, so that's what I was going for.
Good, I like equality in things.
Yeah, I'm glad we're equals in this life. Oh.
Okay.
I'm going to stop being a whore.
All right, I'm going to tweet this out.
Nice. What, I'm a whore?
Yeah, I can.
Live stream health. Yeah. We are healthy, apparently, according to the stream.
Oh, good. My health is important to you and I.
Yeah, same.
As is the stream.
According to the stream.
So, is it TTWG or double TWG?
It's TTWG. Those two wrestling guys.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It's pretty sweet.
So yeah, I know anyone. Yeah, there's no one going to be listening now, but you know, in case anyone watches this back, then we're just getting things sorted here. We're first ever.
I think at some point we'll have like some sort of opening that we'll go with, but until then, it's awkward.
Yeah, I reckon.
Which is what we're going for.
Well, I don't know how we'd sort out an opening though. Do you know how we'd do that?
Not really. We just kind of be like from putzing around ideas.
Right.
Eventually.
Well, that sounds great.
Yeah, I think so too.
And then let me share this to Facebook because you gotta get them out. I'm gonna share it in my other channel page. Isn't that a dandy situation to?
Indeed.
Yes.
So before talking about TakeOver, we're going to just mention the
I mean,
NXT
did you want to like should we do like a quick like an intro like hello, welcome to the
yeah
that's
you did
it.
You did it.
I don't know. I'm not good at improv, even though I like to think I am. I don't know.
This is only going to be good for people who are watching this live.
Yeah. But well, when it's uploaded after the stream, because
you have the option to edit it down, so we could probably chop out like a few minutes at the beginning of just nothing.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Well. Yeah, we could cut out some of the start, or if not, we could just put timestamps on the description or whatever.
I considered for a brief moment going the Miz style and just being like, "Welcome to the most seen WWE podcast in WWE history. This is TTWG," instead of Miz TV.
You know, I like that.
But I know that I'm gonna mess that up half the time.
I mean, we could do it like different things every day. Like, I don't know. I'm quite a big fan of Heath Slater right now. He has his whole,
I am one of his
Heath Slater, baby thing. But yeah,
gotta provide that above ground pool for your 7 kids.
So yeah,
including 2 daughters.
0 to 7 kids of how an undisclosed number of kids.
They're confirmed maybe 2 daughters and then possibly 2 to 5 other children at least.
Yeah. So I get just welcome to the first ever WWE podcast for those 2 wrestling guys. This is Megasode 1. We'll be discussing NXT TakeOver Brooklyn 2. Also in that part will be those 2 matches from NXT on Wednesday that were actually before Brooklyn 2 as like a kickoff. Then we'll be discussing the joy and all the drama of WWE SummerSlam. And then we'll be doing Raw and SmackDown live. That
pretty much covers everything.
Yeah,
Matt Rogers on your left, Scott Smith on your right, for those of you who are staring at our faces right now.
Oh yeah, because people will be staring at the lovely still image of our faces. Not moving or anything.
So welcome aboard.
Guten
Feel
Tag.
free to have any other tabs open.
Yeah. Feel free to do whatever you want. Close this right now, actually, if you'd like. But yeah, I mean, we can get people involved. If anyone watches this and you want if they have something to say, or want to call me
have
stupid.
something to say, they want to put in their 2 cents on a particular thing they enjoyed, or they have any questions, or any concerns. What concerns? I don't know.
Well, I guess we're happy to even have feedback, as it's our first ever stream, a podcast type show. We'll be doing these every single Saturday, unless obviously we run into problems, but we'd notify people if there was such a thing.
Right.
But yeah, so if you want to talk to us about wrestling, if we can somehow set it up, we'd get people in Skype calls if they want to talk to us a bit lengthy, in lengthier detail about a certain match or wrestler or anything, result or a situation that's going on. Then yeah, we'll sort that out as it goes on. But yeah, so should we just crack on? I guess.
I think so. I think so. This past week, NXT, what aired was mostly highlights of what happened in TakeOver Brooklyn. So there were only 2 matches, and both of them were filmed before TakeOver Brooklyn 2. Perfect 10, Ty Dillinger against Wesley. Who the fuck am I now, Blake? I'm sorry.
I'm really not sure what his thing is now.
So I get it. He's from the South. Great.
Yeah. His gear was very American colours, right? The blue, red, and white.
Yeah, and that's about all I remember from him. And the fact that Ty actually won a match, which is excellent. I didn't establish what rating this actual show is, so I just threw out the first F-bomb without even realizing.
Who gives a shit? We're going to talk our own things. Yeah.
Right. We are not PG.
No. Fuck.
Oh, okay. Fuck you.
But yeah.
Okay. Well, all right.
Yeah.
Glad we established that.
That was great. But yeah, didn't Corey Graves and Tom Phillips say that Wesley Blake has been trying to outdo Blake Murphy? Or Wesley Blake and Blake? No, Buddy Murphy. Yeah. That's the one. I get that.
It's really intimidating. That's why they got rid of the Buddy.
Yeah.
When they were in the team, anyways. Why the names are back? I don't know.
Yeah. I always just get confused, even though they don't look the same. But I'm not sure if Buddy Murphy is supposed to be a face, or we don't really see them enough to know that. But
I don't know.
Yeah,
all I know is with the post Alexa Bliss NXT, I don't think either one of them by themselves are going to do.
No, they're not going to be
that much.
I reckon they'll be NXT bound for a long time.
Yeah,
they'll be they'll be down there as long as Ty's been down there. But I don't think he deserves to be down there anymore. I think he should have went up in the draft. I honestly thought he was going to be as well.
I would have rather them, instead of breaking the tag team up, I would have rather them go up to SmackDown, because the heel teams, none of the 3 heel teams on SmackDown Live have really any credibility to them whatsoever at this point. The only one that does is Breezango, and they're Breezango.
Yeah, that's all you need to say is the name. It's
they started out what looked like a joke.
Yeah, they started out as the Golden Truth.
Talented.
A heel Golden Truth, and then now people actually realise they actually are perfect. Their gimmicks go well together. So
if you ignore the match where their skin is peeling, they're a good team.
But yeah, let's go back to our good friend Wesley Blake here. He lost against Ty Dillinger. We knew that would happen. Ty is a face. Well, I assume he is, because 1 week. I don't know how he's going to do once or if he goes up to the main roster, but I think he should be in NXT for a while. Maybe even get a run with the championship at some point. Who's that, Ty?
But he's an absolute goldmine for them down in NXT.
Oh, in NXT, Ty is
one of the most over people in the entire brand.
I was honestly quite surprised with how over he is. Whether he's put in the heel position, when he was Shinsuke, when he had that match a few months ago with Shinsuke, he was saying how he's not going to take his spotlight and all this. Well, we knew what was going to happen, but Ty was being very heelish. But now against Blake, he was the face, and he's really talented, and his gimmicks is working well. Definitely better than when he was with Jason Jordan. But yeah, it was basically a showcase for Ty Dillinger, I think. But
right.
All in all, I did enjoy the match because of just the atmosphere around Ty Dillinger was a good one.
Yeah, and it was the first match of the night. Technically, the crowd was hot for it too.
Yeah,
so.
I guess they picked the right guy to start off the show. Get them pumped. I love all the 10 chants and stuff like that. I don't know, I just feel good watching it because it's just like, yay, 10, 10. I kind of join in. I feel like an idiot at the same time, but hey ho, you know. But yeah, that's pretty much it for that match, and there's not a whole lot to talk about. It was Ty Dillinger winning, showcase for all his fancy stuff. Wesley Blake, still no one cares. They were only relevant when like you said, when they were with Alexa Bliss, they were relevant because they had a talented female wrestler with them who has a nice face. Who is a surprisingly good heel. I never thought I'd say that because obviously when she joined, she was a little pixie.
Yeah.
But yeah,
at best.
Yeah. She wasn't like a very interesting character, but you know, what can you do? So
they moved on from that to, I think, Authors of Pain. Speaking of showcases, against TM61.
Yeah, well, I'm confused because one, I don't like. What does TM61 mean? At first I thought that was a.
I never really bothered to figure it out.
I had to search what HM in Pokemon was number 61. I thought that might be a little clue. I don't know if it was going to be like Thunderbolt or... I don't know why you
they could have used one because this was it never felt like they really had a chance to win. It felt like a glorified squash.
Yeah, because they had their
Even though they were presented as a big deal when they came in, but they've been losing.
Yeah, they've lost a lot. They lost against the Revival, didn't they? They lost against the Authors of Pain. Akam and Razor, we've now got names for those guys. They lost
against Gargano and Ciampa, I believe.
Oh, yeah.
As well.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard a lot about them before this, but I've not seen anything from them. I mean, they had glimpses of brilliance, but...
They can be impressive, but they haven't really done anything to overly impress me.
Yeah, we haven't seen them in a feud where they're the main attraction, so to speak.
Nor have they really had a signature win.
Yeah, they've kind of just been your sort of bare bones wins, but yeah, I'm not sure what I'd make of the Authors of Pain either. They're supposed to be huge, intimidating guys, and they kind of are, like a monster tag team. But they did get at a point in that match they were struggling, and they getting knocked down by one clothesline made them look a bit like, oh, they're not such big monsters after all. They one clothesline,
right?
I mean, like I said, they've got names Akam and Razor or Razor or whatever, but I think Akam is the tattooed one, but I don't really understand. Like, I'm still not sure what the gimmick kind of is. That Paul Ellering never says a word. Always looks like he's just staring into space. He's having a daydream. Was probably falling asleep. Akam looks very angry all the time. Razor looks like he's Akam's little brother who he's just doing what he's told, in my opinion. But I guess they're going to be like a monster tag team in an NXT. They'll eventually have the titles for a while, I suppose, but I'm not really sure what I make of them now.
Nor do I think they're going to be able to get those titles until someone takes them from the Revival.
Oh, of course,
I'm not really sure. It's going to be a while, I think.
Yeah, because obviously once the Revival eventually lose, the pop's going to be crazy. Also, that would imply that they're eventually going to be called up if they lose, because I can't see them giving a team 3 championships that, they made a big deal about them winning it twice, so why would they give it to them a third time?
Yeah, as it is, it was kind of surprising to take it away from American Alpha so quickly.
Yeah, I was surprised.
Although I guess that was probably because of the decision to split the brands. They needed something legitimate.
Yeah, if there was no brand split,
both sides.
American Alpha would probably still be the champions. Probably feuding against the Authors of Pain right now. Like their brief one in NXT. But
Right.
So that match was, as you said, Matt, it was glorified squash. So let's move.
I think it was 5 minutes long?
Yeah, it wasn't very long. But I guess now we can move on to the hunky dory story. That is NXT TakeOver Brooklyn 2, following the success of last year. We kick off with the fantastic Double A Austin Aries against No Way Jose. Are you still there? Because I hear nothing from you right now. There we go, he's back.
There he is.
I talked to myself for a minute.
My mother was insistent. I can't believe I'm saying this. She she's looking for her water bottle, ladies and gentlemen.
You heard it here first on Those Two Wrestling Guys WWE podcast. This is the
Triple
best
H,
first
Triple H
episode.
has got it.
Oh yeah, he knows. Yeah.
He spit it all out, Mom. I'm sorry.
Are we good to continue now?
I think. Are we on to TakeOver?
Yeah, I was just saying to apparently myself, Austin Aries kicked off the show against No Way Jose. I'm still not sure what that name really is about, but yeah.
Well, honestly, when he first came out, I thought it was going to be kind of stupid. I thought it was going to be one of those things that the NXT crowd was going to love, but that would never translate to main roster. But he was aggressive. He kind of showed a side of him that he hasn't before.
Is this No Way? Yeah.
And he impressed me. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think one of the only issues I had was that I never felt like Aries was going to lose.
Yeah.
And there weren't any convincing near falls for me to change my mind.
Yeah, a few things that confused me. At the start when he did the conga line.
Yeah.
And the guy at the front of the line.
Did those just come out of the crowd?
I have no idea. I didn't even see where they came from, but the guy at the front had
I didn't see where they came from, but by the time I started trying to figure it out, the line had doubled.
Yeah, and
tripled.
The guy at the front of the line had he had an Austin Aries t-shirt on, so I just found that kind of funny. But yeah, I've actually got a chart up here that has the times of the matches, just so we can use those stats to help our cause.
Ah, nice.
But yeah, like you said, No Way. It was. I feel like he was actually all over Austin Aries for most of that match.
He was for the first half of it.
Yeah.
And then I think at some point he draped his neck over the rope, and then that's where Aries took over.
Yeah, the heel tactics started coming in.
And I gotta say, I liked Aries' performance a lot better as a heel than his introduction as a face. I thought that fell kind of flat.
As a face, he actually mentioned that in his heel turn promo, right? Where he was saying, or a lot of the fans don't know how to take him really, and they don't really know how to react.
I wasn't even really that impressed with him when he first debuted.
No, I've seen good things from TNA, but in this I was like, oh, there's no against Baron Corbin when he first joined. I wanted Baron to win.
Actually, I did too. And then the match when they had it just felt like it was cut short. It was one of the least impressive matches on that particular takeover.
But yeah,
but Jose really impressed me. He managed to survive the last Chancery once. He had some big moves. He had a TKO. I thought that was probably the most convincing near fall.
Yeah.
The Aries with his bottom rope suicide dive always impresses me. It looks a little weird, but it's kind of impressive because it looks a little more dangerous.
It's because he's so short, and it looks like he's taking a bigger risk because he's diving a lot closer to the floor than obviously.
Yeah, he could say if he does not accurately fire, he's going to break his neck.
Yeah, it is very worrying when I watch stuff like that. Especially when I watch Sasha Banks' suicide dive, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, every time she does a scorpion, it's scary. But I'm not sure why he's called No Way Jose. I still don't understand that. But I like you said, he was aggressive. I liked that outside of the ring, he was the sort of like the old Adam Rose kind of thing, party guy, having a good time.
Yeah,
the energy.
Everyone was into it. At least,
yeah,
they didn't. Although once Aries came out, the crowd was chanting for him basically the whole match.
Yeah, I guess it's they know who he is. They want to see him do well. Like Bobby Roode, who we'll be talking about a bit later on, but. I think there's not really much else to say about that match. It was 10 minutes and 42 seconds. Aries went over No Way by submission.
Pretty solid. You hit a sunset flip powerbomb off the turnbuckle, turned it into a last chancery. Jose had no choice but to tap out.
And then what happened after that match, Matthew?
The return of Hideo Itami.
Well,
I had forgotten what his music sounded like, so it took me a moment.
Yeah, I honestly did as well. He's had a few matches leading up to this, like against the Cruiserweight Classic guys. But like the music started going, and I was like, "Is this a debut?" I didn't recognize it for some reason. Sorry about that. And then, he came out with his weird.
With strikes. The crowd chants for the GTS, and he actually hits it, which I believe the first time he's done that since being on NXT.
Yeah, it's the first. Well, he did it at a live show. If we're going to be technical,
okay. But up until then, all he's done, he's teased it several times.
Yeah, the televised debut of and they called it the GTS as well, which kind of made me feel a bit weird. Like, because obviously CM Punk's the guy who named it the GTS, right? But I think so. I don't know. I know Hideo created the move, right? Or that's what everyone says. But I just assumed that CM Punk called it the GTS, and I thought Hideo had a different name for it. But yeah, it was nice to see the GTS being used again. Anyway, I still think Punk hit it better, but that's just my opinion. Not being biased because he's my favorite of all time.
Well, I feel like there's the problem is they're selling it too sheepishly. They're just landing on their feet and then falling backwards. Whereas if you want an example of how to sell that move right, go back to CM Punk versus Brock Lesnar at SummerSlam. What was it? 2013, 2014, was it? 2013.
2013.
Because 2012 was Triple H. But yeah, Lesnar didn't fall backwards. He just crumpled to the ground.
Yeah.
Say what you want about that man and how he's reduced his moveset by 95%, whatever. But that's the best example I could possibly give you.
There have been some fantastic GTSs in the past from CM Punk. But before we move on to our next match, the first women's match of the night, I just got to say Hideo Itami's shoes with that suit. I'm not digging it. I'm not sure. I get the whole shoes without socks, but I feel like that's a casual thing, and he's wearing that with a suit. But then again, he's the professional wrestler who gets paid a lot, and I don't. So,
well, let me just rest your nerves by saying he most likely will not be wrestling his matches in the suit and the shoes.
Thank you. Thank God.
That I'm aware of.
Yeah, that's...
Unless he wants to tear them off like Cesaro. I don't know.
What? Nah, gimmick infringement.
Boo!
That's James Bond's thing. I mean, Cesaro's thing. But yeah.
Before we move on to the first women's match of the night, hello, Keegan from Level 2 Gaming. I'm assuming that's you. Hello, Lois. How's it going?
Oh, cool. We've got some peeps in the chat.
You get to see our lovely faces. You just don't get to see them in motion.
I mean, in the future, if people figure out how for us because we're lazy, if people can help us out and maybe get away so we can get both our cameras up on each side, I don't want just having like a Skype screen. I
feel like would we be able to do that without a green screen though?
I think there's a way you can get it to have like the Skype camera. Just the Skype camera though, like not the whole thing.
Right.
There's a way. Yeah, I think I know how you do that. You'd window capture it through OBS, and then you'd crop it down to just being a camera, and you'd get 2 window captures.
Okay.
Which makes it sound like I knew how easy that is. So why didn't I just do it? I don't know. And I've also realised that my guy on the right isn't completely down and there's a bit of yellow showing underneath me. And I hate myself because my OCD is going crazy right now.
Well, why did you have to point it out to me? Anyways. Oh.
Yeah, just...
he knows how. Keegan knows how.
Keegan knows how. Well, I don't really want to do it now, like halfway through this one or what away or whatever. We're not halfway
next time or something?
Yeah, next time, definitely. Okay, but yeah, it's good to see you, Keegan, and Lois. Yeah, it's good to see you both. Don't worry about how long you can stay, as long as you enjoy our rambling and talking. And I mean, like you told me earlier, Lois, you don't know nothing about wrestling or really care about it. But hey, we're 2 dudes. I mean, guys, wrestling guys. And Keegan, don't worry about going in and out of work. I will go in and out of your bum. Let's move on to the next match.
Speaking of segues and music that I wasn't familiar with, I guess Billie Kay. I didn't think it was gonna be her because it came out. That's a new theme for her, right?
Yeah, I've not heard it. The lady who has a random push as of late with her big boot finisher. I'm not sure why that's a finisher for her, but I'm
Not
not.
really sure. I feel like, well, when it comes to Big Boot, I feel like it should be allowed to end matches sometimes when it's vicious enough,
Yeah,
rather than just be used as a finisher. I feel like more moves. There should be more moves that can lead to a surprise ending,
yeah. I
and that
don't.
could be
Yeah,
something.
it's
I mean,
it's
sometimes it
it's
is
alright.
Jinder Mahal, but really,
Oh,
all she was, anyways, in this was uh, the prey of Ember
yeah.
Moon in her
It's
debut.
kind of weird because Billie Kay's been having a very small push lately as a new NXT women's heel, because obviously they've lost an abundance during the draft.
Right.
And obviously she wanted the big match, and she got the debut of Ember Moon.
Hmm.
And the match wasn't even 5 minutes long, so Billie Kay, goodbye.
She got on a nice bit of offense.
Yeah, a little
I'll give
bit,
her
but
that, but
that was done to make Ember Moon look resilient.
but who gives a goddamn crap about that when you see that finisher at the end?
Oh, the Lunar Eclipse, I believe, is the name. Oh, what a move! What was it like? It's like she sits on the top rope,
Leaps off the top rope, or at least the second rope,
and spins herself.
lands a twisting stunner.
Yeah, and honestly, it was one of the best things I've ever seen.
And to be able to do that without hurting the person you're doing it to is amazing.
It looked like it was perfectly hit. And she looks like she's out of Mortal Kombat, so I need that in my next Mortal Kombat game. I need the Lunar Eclipse in the next Mortal Kombat game, with an Ember Moon skin on one of the characters, maybe Jade. Right?
Yes, please.
But yeah, I mean, there's not really much to say. Billie Kay had 2 seconds of a comeback, and then Ember Moon won with that, like you said, that spectacular fucking whatever that was finisher, the Lunar Eclipse. But yeah, it's curious to see where she's going to be going, because like I said, there's so many women who have now gone to the main roster, or well, I don't like calling it the main roster anymore. They've gone to Raw and SmackDown.
Yeah.
But it's like, I know Asuka, I know Billie Kay now because she's been kind of introduced a bit. I know rarely of a few others like Liv Morgan. But I honestly don't know that many, so I'm glad they're introducing more women, and they made kind of like a big deal out of Ember Moon because she had that weird video package before she debuted. So
Right.
yeah,
Sort of like a supernatural thing going on.
yeah, it was very like talking about, I don't know, the cosmos or fire and sand.
She has red eyes. She has red eyes.
They look pretty cool, but
That was pretty cool, yeah.
yeah. What was the next match? I'm being stupid right now.
That was the glorious debut of one Bobby Roode.
Oh yes, glory! Oh, that theme tune is
The greatest theme music in the history of the universe.
yeah. A lot of people are like going mental about the theme music.
If they wanted Andrade Cien Almas to be the face in this match, they should have given him better music and not made him look like a male escort.
I'm really I love Andre Cien Almas. Is it Cien? Andrade? Oh, Andrade
Cien Almas. Yeah.
Yeah.
To be honest, he's been solid so far in this.
Yeah.
I think this was his best match to date on the NXT roster.
He's really good. He's really cocky. He's got some really awesome, creative offense. But
I thought there was only one issue I had with this match at all, and I'll get to that in a little bit. But I thought it was pretty interesting and neat for him to match the cockiness and the swagger of Bobby Roode early, and to at least try to turn some people his way.
Yeah, and I think
so they're on the same level.
I think obviously it's going to be hard. Like putting him against someone who's as well known as Bobby Roode he's always going to be out of favor compared to the two. But he's got his fans. He's got people that appreciate what he does. I like what he does for help. He's a talent. But my only problem with the guy is, like you said, like his entrance. The music's fine, but I don't understand the transition from wearing like those braces that hold up your trousers, and he has all like one color, and they're really back, and he has that hat with a feather on it.
Right.
Like, I don't get, like you said, the weird.
Makes me uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's like you feel like he's. Every time he comes out, I feel like he's going to be like No Way Jose or Adam Rose. I feel like he's going to be like a party guy, and he's not. He's a very athletic, young, well haircutted man.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't really. It's bad, but I don't really remember too much of this match because obviously I've watched part of NXT Takeover again.
That's one of the few matches I went back and watched again. Now, I normally would go back and watch the whole show, but
yeah,
I don't know if this is unpopular, but not the entire show impressed me.
No, it didn't with me.
It's not like everything. It's not like every single thing delivered. It didn't for any of the shows. But this one in particular did impress me. There was a point where he hit a twisting corkscrew off the top rope to the ringside floor that really impressed me. What didn't impress me, I was very disappointed by this, was the finish to the match.
Yeah,
the glorious bomb. First of all, putting the word bomb on the name of something does not make it more powerful. That is a weak pump handle slam.
Yeah, it wasn't a good finish. If that's actually going to be
was not even the third best move he delivered that night.
If that's going to be his finisher moving forward, the glorious bomb, then
glorious bomb.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the way he won. Like it just wasn't a good move. It looked really weak. It didn't look like it should have put any man away, really.
What happened was right before that, he hit that vicious spine buster.
Oh, I remember that.
And I was like, okay, this is leading up to the finish. Let's see what he's got. And then he hits the pump handle slam, and I'm like, okay, so they're not going to end the match yet. He's just going to kick out.
I thought there was one more move.
And then he says glorious bomb, and I'm like, oh, fuck you.
What was it, Tom Phillips? He was like, and he calls that the glorious bomb. I'm like, okay. Well, if he calls a name... if he calls one of his name moves, I don't know, one word from a catchphrase and one word that sounds explosive like bomb or mega attack, like I don't know, Daniel Bryan could have called his running knee anything. I don't know why I didn't, but he could have called it the
knee bomb.
The knee snipe, the knee snipe, and there you go. That would have been extra. I mean, it was.
It's WWE. Anyway. They would call it that.
Yeah, they'll call it the goat kick.
They would call it the flying goat. Is what I think. That's what they call this headbutt from the top rope.
His flying
goat.
Yeah. Have you? What is it?
I don't care. Calling it something powerful does not make it look any better.
I know we're going off topic.
Almost look weak for being pinned by.
I know I'm going off topic really quick, but I this came up in my head, and I need to mention this. Big Cass and Enzo, right? Their tag team finisher. Am I right in saying it used to be called the rocket launcher, which sounds cool?
The rocket launcher, and now it's like the
boom shakalaka. I'm like, what the fuck have they done? Oh, is it because rocket launcher is a gun and they're promoting violence, so they have to change it to the
PG
boom
show.
Shakalaka? It's like, oh, come on. Stupid name for a finisher. And
it is, I already have problems with that finisher because Cass really doesn't do anything. It just looks like he's throwing him down.
They need a better
He barely touches him.
They need a better finisher as a tag team.
It is just a top rope splash.
Yeah, but we will, and it's from a little man, but we will get to that later on.
Or will we?
Well, it depends how much of a glorious bomb we put on this Megasode.
So, ultimately, a fun match, but the finish was a glorious bomb.
I've just been checking the chat as well and seeing what Lois has said. My cat just RKO'd me, the bitch. Just the image of it, a cat RKOing anyone.
Out of nowhere.
Well, that and John Cena, sup bromosexuals. I don't know if that's a play on your name. From Brennan Bread.
Brennan Bread. Big Cass finisher is an elbow drop. Yeah, he has used the Empire elbow as a finisher, which any elbow drop that's a finisher is silly. But he's also, I mean, the East River Crossing at least looks... It looks powerful when it's sold right.
Yeah, it does the same job as the People's Elbow, I guess.
Yeah, because the East River Crossing is basically a swinging side slam that... Well, the Dudley Boys can't sell it, but most people seem to be able to.
Yeah,
it's not
a lot of finishes.
70s and 80s. That's where elbow drops and leg drops and hell, every major heel seemed to have a camel clutch.
Yeah,
so.
I'm a simple man though. I'd happily go back like 10 years like where moves were like power bombs were finishers and super kicks were finishers, apart from like obviously Dolph Ziggler's. But yeah, you know,
but nowadays where like 7 or 8 people use super kicks.
Yeah, it's just finishing moves in general. I feel like are kind of they've lost their way a bit. They're either too creative or they're just too simplified, and that some of the names baffle me, to be honest. But yeah, like, what can you do about the glorious bomb that was Bobby Roode's match?
Right. I don't want to talk about that anymore. Boy, do I not.
1972. Your voices don't annoy me. Sub. Well, thank you very much, Brennan Bread.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. What was? Oh, here comes the best match of the night. We're going to talk about now.
Yeah, by far the best match of the night. First of all, are they called DIY now?
I think that's honestly.
Is that what we're supposed to call them now?
That's actually their tag team name. I was happy with Gargano and Ciampa. I was fine with that. Not all teams need names.
I mean, so I guess it could be a bit of a tongue twister for some people.
What, Gargano and Ciampa? Yeah, I guess because some people might also look at Ciampa and be like Ciampa or something. Yeah. But yeah, it was the second longest match of the night. It was 19 minutes. The Revival, they were the tag champions going in against Johnny Gargano and Tommaso Ciampa. Now you say it, that is a tongue twister. I'm happy with DIY.
Yeah. Say the full names and then, it's a tongue twister.
The Revival versus DIY.
I think is picture perfect execution of the ideal tag team match.
It was a tag team classic.
Mm-hmm.
The Revival are like everyone always says.
The Revival might just be the best old school heel team I've seen.
And they're so good as heels. People do like The Miz. There's no cheers at all.
They make people genuinely hate them. And they make them hate their characters, which is what they want, rather than just hating the person or
exactly
hating the idea.
They're like, you want to see them lose those championships. And honestly, there were so many times in this match I thought they were, but then I just thought they're so good where they are. I was torn. I was like, do I want Gargano and Ciampa to win DIY? And those two guys in general are really they're fantastic. Right. Especially,
I was really pulling for them,
especially when they're against each other. Just want to put a quick push towards that Cruiserweight Classic match they had. I don't know if you've seen that yet, but oh boy, what a match they had against each other. But yeah, as a team, they're fantastic. They got a good mix.
Yeah.
Gargano, I guess, is the more athletic one, and Ciampa's the. Everyone says Shinsuke quickly. Nakamura, I love the guy. He's king of strong style, but has anyone seen the elbows and knees that Ciampa delivers? Because they are pretty beastly, if I say so myself. Yeah, but yeah, what did you think of the match?
I thought it was absolutely outstanding. I think the one thing is I was pulling for Gargano and Ciampa, but I didn't really. The problem with having incredible false finishes is that you generally know that it's going to end the opposite. So when they hit the knee and kick combo and got the 1-2-3, as soon as that foot is on the rope, the Revival have already won. So what happened a minute later was a foregone conclusion.
I feel like that's the problem with a lot of the Revival matches. They're always really good matches when they're in a championship match, but it's like it's not a cough. It's I just feel like when it gets to like the end segment where there's so many close finishes or close falls and all these finishes being hit, I feel like you always get that sense. Okay, well, they've just hit them with their best move, and you just because of the way the Revival do things with their heelish ways, you start to sense, okay, they're gonna win. Like I always just feel like they're gonna win because the end segment, even when they look like they're about to lose, and one of them's out of the ring, like Scott Dawson would somehow kick out, or he'd grab a rope or something like that, or Dash Wilder would pull out the referee, something like that. You know what I mean? There's always a way. They kind of rip out the hopes and dreams of everyone wanting DIY to win, or when they wanted Alpha to win and they didn't. To
their credit, I liked and I hated the finish to the match, in that they didn't just end it with the Shatter Machine, which is, by the way, my favorite finisher move. Favorite name for a finisher move.
It's a really good name, better than anything. Shatter Machine, and it actually looks really good too as a tag team finisher.
It does, yeah.
A lot of the other tag team finishers are more one person doing one thing and the other one doesn't do much. But
instead, focusing on the knee of Johnny Wrestling and locking in, I believe, a reverse figure 4.
Yeah.
My only problem, the reason I say I hated the end was because Johnny was very close to the ropes, and I have a hard time buying the fact that he could not have moved.
Yeah.
The spot he was in.
I know what you mean. Yeah.
When he lasted that long in the move.
I feel like a match of that caliber should always end in the middle to, like, wipe away any sort of, doubts or, annoyances with the match. Like, if it ended in the middle of the ring, we wouldn't be talking about that right now. We wouldn't be saying he easily could have, grabbed the rope or whatever.
Right. But he literally was an arm's length, and it bothered me. I don't know why, but it really did. That he didn't look like he... I just don't buy that he was, like, locked in place where he was.
Yeah. And talking about... So we'll get back to it in a sec. Talking about Johnny Wrestling and his knee, he seemed to have that injured in his second round Cruiserweight Classic match. But Brennan Bread just said in the chat, guys, now that you're talking about some cruiserweights, do you think it's time to incorporate some of these guys into the main roster of Raw and SmackDown? Three of the best 5 matches I've seen this year have been in the Cruiserweight Classic.
In a sense, yes. I mean, unfortunately, it's going to be limited to only Raw.
That confuses me already. That really does.
And this past week on Raw, one of the promos they aired showed 4 of them, including Rich Swann and Brian Kendrick and a couple others, that will be going to the main roster. I think
so they probably
starting September 16th or something like that.
Yeah.
So 4 names have been confirmed for the main roster so far.
Aren't a few of them going to NXT as well, like Ibushi and...
I think so. Well, that's the thing. I think, didn't Ibushi turn down a deal and he wants to go back to Japan?
I'm not sure, because he did have a match in NXT a couple of weeks ago. He had a glorified
I'm having
squash.
trouble keeping up. There's a few guys that have either turned down contracts or wanted more or wanted to go back to their own promotions.
Yeah, there's a few,
which is understandable.
Yeah,
but
I'm pretty sure Ibushi is he's the one everyone's saying is the favourite to win it. But also he did have a match a few weeks ago, and it was a squash to introduce him, pretty much. But yeah, I think he's staying in NXT, but. I'm still not. Why only Raw? That's already got the bigger roster. That the majority of the bigger names.
Right.
So why only are they getting the cruiserweights? I really don't understand.
It feels like a lot of it just has to do with the fact the show's longer.
Because
people will still view it as the A show, even if the shows are attempting to be equals. Even though I like both shows equally. Now.
Lately, I've preferred SmackDown, but that's just a personal opinion. I feel like Raw.
The first 2 weeks of the brand split, they were both excellent.
Yeah.
Raw might have been even better at first. Raw
was better to start the brand split shows.
Last couple weeks, Raw's kind of reverted back to the
very drawn out
pre-brand split.
Yeah, it's very
kind of nonsense.
It's very dragged out, very silly. Nothing really resolves itself. There's nothing that's like, oh wow, that was incredible. It's just, it's a very, it's a 3-hour show, and you could, even if you want to skip most of it, you'll probably get through it in about still at least an hour of a lot of pointless talking in matches. But it's but yeah, we're going a bit off track, obviously talking about the Cruiserweight Classic, but I guess that's something we could talk about a bit more as well, because I don't know how far you're out. It's a Cruiserweight Classic, but I'm up to date, and it's the best. Some of the best wrestling have come from.
I saw the results for the one that just aired, but I didn't watch it yet.
Yeah, some of the best, like Brennan said, some of the best matches have come from the Cruiserweight Classic, especially the Ibushi and Cedric Alexander match.
Yes.
Have you finally watched that one?
That one, yeah.
Oh my god, that was, I just, like, why is that in a Cruiserweight Classic and matches like that in NXT and the main roster? I can't remember the last time, apart from AJ and Cena at SummerSlam, that there was such an incredible match. I was like, holy shit, It's,
right.
And Brennan just said, that's actually got me hyped. A lot of the matches on the main roster have been done 1,000 times, and people get bored to tears. People want to see these new athletic guys put on great matches. I agree 110%. Definitely. But,
you know what didn't get me hyped as much as they would have hoped?
What's that?
The next match in the card, Bayley Asuka 2.
I'm gonna. This might be an unpopular opinion.
I feel like this it should have been titled "The Foregone Conclusion."
Yeah, and I don't know if this is just me, but the tag match was the best match of the night, and after that, the two matches were very disappointing. The last two matches of the card.
I don't know about very, but I will say disappointing is a fair word.
Yeah,
I think I'll say underwhelming.
Yeah,
underwhelming.
Well, it's good as expected, but we'll get to the main event in a bit. For now, like you said,
there was never anything about this match, from the build-up to the ending, that made me feel like it was anything but Bayley's swan song.
Yeah,
NXT.
It was a big last hurrah against the female Brock Lesnar, I guess, of NXT.
Against a competitor that has shown that she is just better than her, at least in the ring.
Yeah. I do feel like at the moment in WWE as a whole, the best female athlete they have is Asuka, in my opinion.
I'm having trouble trying to figure her out as far as what they want her to be between the whole face-heel dynamic.
I feel like she's
been a face, but when she's faced Bayley, she's been...
I feel like it was naturally, because Bayley's like the John Cena, the woman version, right?
Somewhat,
all of you know what I mean, like all about like the kids, and she puts on great matches when she needs to, and all this stuff. But I feel like when anyone would have went up against Bayley, they'd instantly start acting and maybe a bit more heelish, just so you can kind of differentiate the two. But I feel like going on forward, Asuka will probably be a more like a tweener, maybe more towards the face. I don't know. Depends, honestly, who would we realistically think in NXT now could even have a chance? Nia Jax has gone up, and all the other ones have pretty much gone up. So all we've got now is a bunch of rookies and Asuka, I guess. So
who's gonna challenge next besides Ember Moon? Billie Kay, Liv Morgan,
That's what I mean. They need to build someone up quickly, because you can't just have Asuka squashing people all the time,
Right.
But yeah, basically Asuka beat Bayley.
At least this time they mixed it up a bit. They had Bayley counter the Asuka lock once, anyways, which is how she lost the title in the first place. The Bayley to belly false finish wasn't very convincing to me.
That's my problem. Again, talking about finishes. One, it's a belly to belly suplex. It's not a finishing move.
Their credit,
I have a problem with that.
Some of the women who sell it like they've been hit with a sledgehammer.
Like Bayley and Sasha Banks, they had, Sasha would sell the hell out of it. But even then, even if it's sold well, it just doesn't look or sound like it should be a match ender. That's one of my problems with Bayley is to have finisher. It's not convincing to me.
That's a case with quite a few people where they maybe go with a finisher because the wordplay works well.
Yeah, Bayley to belly.
Good one. But that shouldn't be what determines what you use.
Plus that involves her hugging someone beforehand, so
Yeah, you know what, that's true. I never even thought about that before.
Yeah. I guess that's pretty much it for that match. But before we get onto the main event, Brennan also mentioned Gallagher.
Jack Gallagher.
Yeah, mm-hmm. Jack Gallagher. I love the guy. Not just because I'm British and he's British, but his offense was so unique and different for like modern times. His finishing move in the first match he had was like a weird, like a shotgun kick that Hideo sometimes does. Like
some sort of turnbuckle drop kick.
Yeah, it was like a Helluva shotgun kick. I don't know.
Which might be the best one I've ever seen.
Yeah,
as far as...
it actually looked and sounded like it was like a straight kick to the face.
Right.
But did you see his match against Tozawa? I think is his name.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
that moment where he got him in that lock where he couldn't move himself. He could have honestly just left him there or done that on the outside, and he would have won. I just thought his showmanship and his kind of the way he transitioned his moves was very. I just thought it was absolutely excellent. But
very fluid, yeah.
It's very doubtful, I think, for WWE to actually sign him. I don't know why. I just don't get the feeling that he's someone.
Which is a damn shame.
Yeah, I get a feeling this is the Cruiserweight Classic is fantastic, but it's just like I feel like they're not going to sign a lot of the ones that they could easily please people with. Like they could have a flux new generation of stars in NXT, but I just can't see him doing it. But yeah, I love Jack Gallagher. Just to point on what Brennan said. And Alvin says...
What's up, Alvin?
What's up, yeah. Guys, the only women
right
wrestlers...
Now we're talking about NXT TakeOver Brooklyn 2.
Yeah. Guys, the only women wrestlers that I can even take serious are Paige, Naomi, Sasha, and Flair. I mean, before we get to the main event of TakeOver Brooklyn, we can kind of go over this a little bit. Paige, my future wife, so I completely agree. Fun fact, I am only 9 days older than her. It's,
okay.
Yeah, the same, and she is from Norwich, and I'm from Great Yarmouth. Would
you fight Del Rio for her?
Of course I would. Don't be stupid. It's an easy question. But yeah, if she still lived in Norwich, then I'd only be like a half an hour drive from her. You know. But yeah, sorry to bore everyone with that, but it's my future wife. I care a lot, alright. Naomi, since
feel the glow.
Since the brand split, she has instantly just turned herself into a face.
She's turned herself into a human glow stick.
I actually love it though. I love the new entrance.
I kind of dig it. Yeah.
I love her.
I never really bought her as a heel.
No. I wasn't a fan of her face run the first time, the whole cheerleader thing, but now she's kind of like, she's got her own look and she dyes her hair. She's a confident face. I like that.
Right.
And she has a beautiful bottom, may I say.
Is she going to stop using it as a finisher, though?
I hope so. The rear view.
I feel like it could be, maybe use it as a setup.
Well, yeah, because Asuka does that. Asuka uses it as like a build-up move.
At least that, they call it a hip attack.
Yeah. But the rear view, well, I'm not sure what that even is about. Sasha Banks, yeah, I guess I'm kind of unpopular with the choice that I'm not sure I like Sasha as a face.
I feel like she was forced to be a face
because of her popularity, yeah. But why can't she have done
because of how much people seem to hate, or at least love to hate, Charlotte.
I just don't know why they couldn't have done with Sasha what they've done with Seth Rollins. He's still loved, but yet he is still one of the biggest dicks you've ever met in your life.
Yeah.
But
they haven't changed his character at all, but it works.
Sasha isn't as good as I had hoped she would be on the mic. I'm going to be honest and say that. But yeah, I do take it seriously.
Some of the promos have been awkward, yeah.
Yeah. I do take it seriously.
Charlotte hasn't really impressed me on the mic either.
No, but I guess we should be talking about their in-ring work. I guess that's the most respectful way, because you know they are athletes. I guess. Right.
In which case they're phenomenal.
Oh yeah, the 4 women that Brennan mentioned, I definitely take seriously. I also, who else do I take seriously? I do take Asuka seriously because she's so overconfident that I just believe that she believes she can beat anyone, and I take that seriously because
I think she believes she can kill anyone.
She's got that aura about her, the kind of the Brock Lesnar aura, where you get in the ring with her, it's a dangerous like situation, like someone could get hurt, you know.
She's got the most terrifying smile.
I think it's adorable.
See,
I like.
Well,
Asuka,
it's terrifying because you know what's coming.
Yeah, she's just.
It's actually quite adorable.
Yeah.
But then she murders somebody.
And that's
so. Yeah. It's terrifying for the person who has to look into that smile.
Yeah, I agree. And then Brennan says their in-ring work is watchable. All the rest are almost unbearable. Maybe I need to start caring more. Just. I also think I feel
like they need to give more of a reason for people to care.
Yeah, people like Carmella, I'll be honest, I can't even really take her seriously, even if she's as a heel now.
Right, I think they made the right decision, and we'll get to this later, obviously, but yeah. I think they made the right decision because she was, first of all, not drafting her with Enzo and Cass.
Was stupid.
was kind of stupid because it was the one connection. People seem to, I think some people forget that before she was associated with him or when she first was, people still booed the shit out of her.
Yeah, they didn't like her.
It took a long time to get that to work. So,
and obviously, I think before this, wasn't she actually just like a hairdresser? She's, before WWE,
like
she never, before the WWE, she never had any sort of wrestling experience or anything, which, if that's true, then that's incredible to think how far she's gone in that time. But and Alvin, just before we move on to the Shinsuke versus Joe match, says he hopes Goldberg comes back. I do not. I'm gonna be honest.
I don't know that I care to see it. I think I was kind of I know a lot of people expected him to come out at the end of Lesnar Orton, which was silly. I think he was just there to promote the game.
I mean, honest. And then obviously there's been a little bit of like, there's interviews where he said he could, Brock said his next fight might be against, he'd be happy to take on Goldberg if he wants to try and take him on. So there've been like strange little hints, maybe people getting people's interest in more in SummerSlam. If it's not going to happen, they've definitely told people like Lesnar or whatever to maybe just say, oh, well, yeah, I'll fight him for sure, I don't care. And then the people watch SummerSlam thinking that's going to happen. But I was never a fan of Goldberg in the first place, to be honest. But I guess we could talk about that later. It's going to be the SummerSlam part soon anyways.
I will say, I think Sunday was the first time I had ever heard Goldberg chants unironically.
Yeah.
Because it was always chanted at Ryback.
Yeah.
Because
Goldberg, Yeah, and they said, obviously they chanted it in such a sarcastic way.
Yeah. And the funny thing is they chanted it in like the same way, but this time they actually meant it.
Yeah. Isn't Ryback just calling himself the big guy now?
The big guy formerly known as Ryback.
What? The big guy is not a catchy name. Like,
I think
give yourself
WWE
a name.
has called another couple guys the big guy since then.
Yeah.
It's
like, I think they said Big E is the big guy.
The big guy, the new day. Why?
Just Ryback.
Don't do that.
Yeah, and also he does need to get himself a new name though. I liked all the funny jokes people were making about if he goes to somewhere like TNA, they call him Ryfront. Because of
what's Ryfront doing in the Impact Zone?
Yeah. But yeah, moving on to the main event of NXT TakeOver Brooklyn 2, the much anticipated
quote-unquote main event.
Yeah. The match anticipated Samoa Joe going in as NXT champ against the King of Strong Style Shinsuke Nakamura. Yeah, it's
first of all, the entrance for Nakamura with the violinist.
Oh.
Chills.
I get chills every time his music like starts, and that entrance in particular. Although it didn't feel like it went
the way
as
people
smooth.
sing along with it.
Yeah, they did.
And then the first 5 minutes of the match,
and they just kept going and going. I was loving it.
Keep going.
I was loving it.
Yeah,
he's got such a weird aura about him. He's such a star. I can't decide whether I want him to be in NXT forever because I know their crowd are amazing, or if I want him to go to the main roster and eventually lose. But he'd be like, we know he'd be a hit on the main roster. He definitely would be.
Right. Despite the company's history with Asian athletes.
Yeah, I don't think they could even afford to attempt to even go.
I feel like if they were going to give him a stupid or racist gimmick, that he would just be like, screw you guys.
Yeah, he wouldn't. Everyone's got too much respect for the guy. Makes me wonder what would because Vince pretty much runs the main shows, and NXT is Triple H's his brainchild, right? Mm-hmm. Just imagine a world where Triple H kind of just runs the whole thing, like.
I've been imagining.
As a businessman, he'd do fantastically. Obviously, we know we always go over the whole, he was buries people, even though he didn't bury Daniel Bryan. But yeah, I just think a main like show, basically Triple H running the company when Vince has finally had enough.
You mean when he's dead?
Yes.
Yeah.
Die, Vince. No, actually don't. Happy 71st birthday. Yeah. But yeah, I'm going to be honest, the match disappointed me. It just felt really sluggish. There wasn't. I don't feel like there was much pace to it. I'm not really sure.
There are some spots that I enjoyed, but I didn't really see anything new.
No, I didn't feel.
I love seeing Joe go out for a suicide dive or hitting the power bomb, rolling through into the Boston Crab.
Yeah. There were some good transitions in the match. It's just they didn't like. There wasn't. It didn't feel like there was a lot of chemistry. I know. Is this the first time they've? No, it's not the first time they met. But I just didn't feel like there was a whole lot of chemistry there. There was some. It just didn't feel like a complete match. I feel like maybe that they were kind of holding off a little bit because I don't know that when. Well, if Joe's actually got a broken jaw, then when he returns from injury, they're going to have such a bigger match because obviously there's going to be Samoa chasing the title. There you go. Basically, Nakamura wins. But Joe would be chasing the title, come back from an injury. Right. I just feel like they knew this wasn't going to be the last match, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, so they're kind of holding back, maybe.
It didn't feel as electric.
More spectacular.
Yeah, it didn't feel. It wasn't the Sami Zayn Nakamura, you know.
Right.
It wasn't that instant classic you thought it would be. It
felt very cut and dry down to the end. Sure, they kick out of each other's finishers, but the end of the match just kind of abruptly ends.
Yeah, it felt like that. I'm not sure if
first of all, that first Kinshasa didn't look like a Kinshasa. It just looked like a straight vicious knee to the jaw.
Yeah,
because he used his. I think he used his right knee for the first one, and because he usually uses his left knee.
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
But that was like a John Morrison knee to the jaw.
Yeah, I mean, like with a super kick, if someone's on their knees and they get kicked in the face, they'll call it a super kick or whatever. So it's still the same thing, but it just didn't feel like it was the Kinshasa. And even though every time Corey Graves and any time it happens, he's like, Kinshasa!
Yeah.
Which is fine. But
he's some Spanish soccer announcer.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, football. Goal!
Yeah.
Only to have to abruptly say, wait, no, it was almost a goal.
Yeah.
But then he hits the top rope knee, and then he hits an actual Kinshasa, and that's it. It never felt like a very heavily contested.
No.
And there was nothing. They weren't selling Joe as someone who was going to actually beat him.
Yeah, I never believed that Joe was going to win, to be honest. I mean, it just didn't feel like it, you know?
Right. I knew they weren't going to have Nakamura pass out in the cocaine clutch.
Basically,
I knew he was going to kick out of the Muscle Buster.
I just didn't feel like he was going to lose. Which, I guess some people have said that's the problem with Nakamura, his presence and his star power. You never feel like he's going to lose.
Right.
So,
even though
the time he
lost quite a bit back, at a lot of the other places he's wrestled.
Yeah, but here, he's such a big name, a big star. Coming into it, he didn't really have to build a reputation. He is this, he's coming in with that reputation. Yeah, he is this guy who is going to be tough as nails to beat.
Right.
So, I feel like it's never going to be shocking when he wins. It's entertaining as hell to watch the guy, though. I love him.
Yeah.
But we're only going to be shocked, if he loses, I think.
And I think that's the problem with one of the few problems I had with TakeOver this time around was I basically went into each match knowing who was going to win.
Yeah, you had
with the exception of maybe the tag team match, which I kind of started to feel about halfway through.
Yeah.
Every match, while most of them were solidly contested, you pretty much knew who was going to win each one before the show started.
Yeah. It's just... it was a fine match, but the tag team match, I couldn't look away, right?
Right.
The Asuka and Bayley match and this match, I found myself sometimes looking at my phone, or I'd get up and go get something to eat from the kitchen. I wasn't hooked, you know.
Right.
like I said, it wasn't the Sami Zayn Nakamura that I guess it's. I have this weird feeling that someone's going to correct me. I know they are, because I've never really seen much of Nakamura before this. I'll be honest. I get the impression Nakamura works a lot better with guys his sort of size, like Zayn, like Balor, because they had really good matches. But with Joe, he can't really do a lot of the lifting and stuff. And it's the second he won that championship. It happens with everyone. Like Dean Ambrose, everyone's saying he's boring now. Everyone said Finn was a boring champion. Nakamura, we know, has got a lot of personality and this sort of thing. But I've seen a few people saying he needs to stop doing Brock Lesnar. He needs to do more than like 3 moves, because all he does is knee people, and that's what a lot. I've seen a few people agree with that as well. I'm not sure.
I'm really not seeing it yet.
No, I'm not seeing a repetitive, like a routine in his matches. I'm always excited. Like with a Brock Lesnar match, it's different because I know it's going to be Suplex City and F5. I miss the Brock Lesnar that would do the Kimura lock and break people's arms for some reason.
Where has that been the last couple of years?
I feel like ever since the 16th.
I feel like he hasn't even. The only one he's applied it to is Cena.
Yeah, since that SummerSlam.
Since he won the title, at least.
Since that SummerSlam, it's. I mean, it makes money, I guess. It's marketable, the Suplex City thing. Ever since he destroyed Cena 2 years ago at SummerSlam, he just dropped a lot of his moves, and he just does suplexes now.
Which is a shame, because you go back to like 12, 14 years ago, he had one of the most diverse movesets maybe ever. As far as people that were in WWE at that point in time.
I'll even go back to 2013, him against CM Punk, one of my favourite matches of all time,
Right.
He at least, as monstrous as he is, he had a decent moveset. Not saying I don't like the guy now, he's still a draw, he still has that big fight feel with any match he's in, even if it is against my boy, Heath Slater, okay? Got to protect his 12 kids.
Would have won, right?
Yeah. Yeah, oh yeah, that was a brilliant. Yeah, I really thought that
for his
he had a
4
chance.
kids.
I got to quickly say, I love this current Heath Slater gimmick. I've always loved the guy since he had a haircut.
One of my favorite storylines going on right now.
Since he had a haircut, I've always loved the guy. And now he's in that thing that we'll talk about later on SmackDown.
Is that Heath Slater or the chick from Wendy's? But, I still have that picture saved.
It's honestly, it's so good. But yeah, that was NXT TakeOver Brooklyn 2. You can let us know what you thought of the show, what your favourite match was, what you thought was maybe could have been better. And Brennan says, not a Goldberg fan in all honesty, nothing better than watching William Regal take his dumb ass to school. William Regal, how I miss thee so much.
I miss his theme.
Yeah. Is he actually? I'm not sure if he's legit British or not. I'm really not sure. I heard that he wasn't. I think I read somewhere that he wasn't as well.
If he's not, he's pretty damn good at it.
He's committed to. He basically might as well be now. No. He might as well be British.
If he's not, he's lived the role. He's lived it well.
Yeah. But yeah, should we move on to SummerSlam?
I think so. I'm gonna step away for a couple of minutes, refill my water for my very dry throat. Maybe take a whiz.
Okay.
Okay. Don't feel free to talk about that on the in the discussion, because that is not wrestling related.
So until you're back, I guess I will sit here with my thumb up my ass.
Which one?
The left one.
Good to know.
Well, you did ask.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
All right.
So you kids enjoy, if you're kids. Unless if you're fully grown adults, you can enjoy this just as much.
Yeah, I get the impression they might not be kids, but hey.
I'm so used to having an audience of children for like my main YouTube channel that.
Oh, that's funny.
Because they're all 13 years old. Unintentional.
Yeah.
gonna take that pee now.
You do that, man. You do that. You take your pee. But yeah, so how is it going, guys, in the stream? Brennan, nice to have you still here. Sorry, guys, had it paused for joint. That's why I'm behind. Yeah, it's fine, man. We're always behind in life. So, what can you do? Let me just sort out a few things here. I mean, I'm still here. While Matt is quickly away. So, yeah. Sort out a few things here. Not sure what that does. Right. So that's custom message. Right. There we go. So yeah, the first hour of our podcast, and we have talked about NXT TakeOver Brooklyn 2. So I imagine the next hour, maybe a bit longer, will be SummerSlam. Got a lot more matches to cover, I suppose, and a lot more controversial stuff too. But yeah, it's fine. So yeah, if there's anyone watching right now, while Matt's away, I'll say it again. You know, we can talk to me about anything in the chat. Tell me who your favourite wrestler is, what your favourite matches were of the weekend. Anything really. I'm open to anything that you kiddies would like to talk about. Just to get some conversation going, I guess, while Mr. Bromo is away. My favourite wrestler is CM Punk. Of all time, anyway. I mean, current wrestler. Current wrestler. Who's my favourite? I'd probably say... I like Bray Wyatt, but he's not really doing anything. I like Rusev, but he's getting killed. I like Rollins, but he's laughing a lot. Kevin Owens, Sami Zayn, a lot of those sort of guys. Yeah. Just realised I'm still talking to myself, which is great.
Kinshasa!
That was very accurate to the Corey Graves. God, I nearly shat my pants. Not just because you shouted immediately as soon as you came out, But also from the fact that I thought Shinsuke Nakamura might have been right behind me, ready to deliver one of his...
And then you'd be unconscious.
Patented knee strikes. Whew, that was scary times. So, thanks for that.
You are welcome.
Am I?
Shoutouts from Ireland. Hello, Ireland.
Hey, how Ireland? I bet you're a big fan of Sheamus, huh?
Fella.
Or Becky Lynch. That's actually understandable. Or Finn Balor, I guess. Loving this. Oh, hey, Martin.
Martin.
You know, Martin, I don't know if you caught us earlier, but we, if you ever want to jump into a Skype chat and discuss some matches with us, or if you ever want to just talk in the chat, that's fine. You can do that instead. But yeah, we're now on to the SummerSlam portion of the stream.
You know what he would say to that? Well, thanks, babe.
Yeah, I don't know why I expected anything else. I should probably have expected that, shouldn't I?
Yeah. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if when he gets to that point, he responds with that. So originally, I wasn't going to talk much about the SummerSlam pre-show until I actually watched it. And it actually had 3 fairly entertaining matches.
3 on a 5-hour show.
Well,
thanks,
yeah.
babe. Thanks, babe.
There it is.
Yeah.
First of all, I just want to point out that while I had my doubts about the Jericho, which, by the way, is a stupid name, but...
It should just be Jericho and Owens, right? We don't need to always try and be fancy.
I feel like that. I guess it feels weird saying Jericho because it's still spelled Jericho.
Yeah, it's just with a K.
Yeah, and I guess they couldn't call it Jericho. But,
are we still going to talk about the pre-show matches when you do?
They are hilarious.
Oh, I love them as a team. Yeah.
Like,
sorry.
First of all, the stuff that they keep doing with Tom Phillips. First,
Steve.
First with them getting his name wrong, and I think it was on Raw that they're, or no, I think it was either on Raw or during SummerSlam that they were like, started calling him Phil because his last name was Phillips. Philmeister.
You're gonna get it. Get what?
What's he gonna get? Ask him what he's gonna get. It. You stupid idiot.
You stupid idiot. I love this current Jericho. Can I just say?
They're hysterical. I think Jericho's on one of the better runs
so
far. I went and Googled it. There is a G association. I too am now a certified G.
I really hope they stay as a team for a while. Like,
originally, I was hoping this would be just something quick, but they're actually really entertaining me.
Yeah.
And after the way that the first match together went, which we'll talk about shortly, I actually think that it could go on longer.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. But before we talk about the pre-show, Brennan has stuff a little bit extra because I when you were away, I asked the folks about favourite wrestlers and all that sort of thing. And Brennan's favourite wrestler just might be Seth Rollins. Enjoy his moveset, amazing on the mic.
Take away his fake laugh, and he's amazing on the mic.
I love them. I love the laugh. I don't know about you, but
I love it, but at the same time,
yeah, they're very.
There's a certain level of cheese to it.
Yeah, they're very gimmicky, sort of villain laugh.
Like the classic villain, has to have a laugh.
Yeah. But yeah, I agree. Seth Rollins is fantastic. His moveset doesn't seem to end, and since splitting from the Shield, his mic work has been been really good.
One of these days they'll let him hit that Phoenix Splash.
I know.
But until they do, it is always the precursor to him losing.
Yeah. I agree. Del
Sorry,
Rio.
I had to launch that out there.
I every time I see him going for it, I'm like, okay, he's not going to hit it. It's going to look fantastic, but it's not going to hit it.
The one time he hit it was on Cena in that triple threat match with Lesnar, and he kind of missed.
Yeah, it was kind of like not
because it ended up being a headbutt instead of a splash.
Yeah, it wasn't hit perfectly, but
which, I mean, it's a tough move to hit.
Oh yeah,
honestly.
But the one time he hits it and he doesn't hit it, so it's a bit of a shame. But Brennan also says Del Rio is the most underrated in the ring as a wrestler, especially since his latest run.
I hope he stays, but I don't think he's going to.
Yeah, I don't think
he has an out clause in his contract that he could take with this suspension.
He just doesn't seem like he enjoys it. Do you know what I mean?
He I know he's not feel like he wants to be there.
I know he's not supposed to seem like he enjoys it, but every time he goes, he doesn't even like act like he wants to be the heel. He just kind of looks like he's chugging himself out there just because it's a paycheck, you know. And
he's making a lot of money to do it. I feel like that was probably the deciding factor.
I agree to an extent that he is the most underrated in-ring wrestler that they have. In terms of the way they use him and stuff. It reminds me of sort of last year. Everyone was saying, why the fuck aren't they using Cesaro or Luke Harper as much as in the way they should?
Right, yeah.
It's very similar to that, but Del Rio, because he could easily be like the main champion on SmackDown.
Right.
But it's just...
They could have had him step up and challenge Ambrose, and I would have been like, sure. I mean, like, I wouldn't have bought it any less than I bought Dolph Ziggler.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
But yeah, it's... I agree. I do like his moveset and everything. And every time he goes for the is it the cross arm breaker? Every time, some you hear quite a majority of the fans actually.
See.
Yeah, it's not even sarcastically. I don't think they generally.
No, because I think that started. I mean, it started when he had his brief face run, but it's still popular with the fans. A lot of his moveset is pretty over.
Yeah, it's sort of like big moves. I feel like. Well, yeah, for now he's a lucky fella because he's with my future wife. But
still doesn't feel right.
Yeah, I can't like a guy who's with my future wife at the moment. But
what are you gonna? How are you gonna feel about her pappy tattoo?
Well, when I'm with her, she can get it tattooed over it, and she can get my penis. Because my penis would also only just fit on her little finger. So. Nah, she can keep that, and she can call me her pappy.
Yeah, right. You'll be Poppy.
Yeah, I'll be Poppy. And and Beckett, aka Martin, says, and a bona fide stud. And you can't teach that. What we got over here? Couple haters? Couple haters. I love it when he changes his voice to that very sort of soft, very like charming. Couple haters. Then it goes right back to like kind of like
Smack Talker Skywalker.
Yeah. I love. Actually, well, I'll talk about that when we get to the match. Undefeated in MMA. Oh yeah, I forgot Dario was MMA.
Oh yeah.
Should we get on with the SummerSlam show?
Sure. You mean the rematch of the 12-person tag team match that had already taken place on SmackDown?
Yeah. I mean, sure. Actually, I'll be honest. I woke up an hour late and I could not be bothered to watch the pre-show, so I don't know who won this match. I know the other results, but...
Well, basically, okay, so when it happened on SmackDown, it was... Everything broke down at the end and American Alpha got the win, right?
Yeah, I imagine it's the same.
It was similar, but the heels looked better. I thought the Ascension looked not so bad in this match.
Yeah.
What happened at the end was, after things broke down, American Alpha hit Grand Amplitude, but instead of them winning, one of the Usos made a blind tag and stole the win with a Superfly Splash. So, causing a little bit of tension between the Usos, maybe, and American Alpha.
Turn the Usos heel. That's all I'm saying. Turn them heel. They're boring now.
People boo them now, anyways, and I feel like it's partly because they're boring now in comparison to what else is out there, and I think them being associated with Reigns didn't help when they were trying desperately to get him over.
I think they talked about that on the Talking Smack as well.
Yeah, I think so.
But yeah,
of course they say they don't mind it. They would give the same. They gave basically the same answer that Reigns would give as far as do you care that people boo you?
The bloodline comes first.
It wasn't bad. I think it was a better 12-man tag team match than the previous one was, but not.
It's like
that's enjoyable.
In a 12-man tag, you kind of expect it just to be like a spot fest.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, like finish and move after finish and move.
And then in between that and the next match, Baron Corbin interrupted the pre-show panel to talk about Kalisto, who was the storyline behind that is that he attacked him backstage
twice.
Previous SmackDown.
2 SmackDowns in a row, yeah.
Yeah, and so he wasn't cleared to compete.
Right.
I think in reality they had too many matches and they had to remove something.
Yeah.
So he went with the injury, and he basically vowed to put him on the shelf permanently.
Right.
But it was actually a really good short promo for Corbin. Probably his best mic work since.
And considering he isn't fantastic on the mic, he's definitely, he's kind of like one of the a future main event heel for SmackDown, I guess. But his talking isn't fantastic.
One line was pure gold. He when he first walked up to Booker, he said, "Nice watch, mine's better." And I wasn't expecting something that funny.
I love his confidence though, especially as one of the younger ones as well.
Right.
Oh, quickly before we move on to the match I wish that I could see. Bada Boom, how you doing? Those guys are honestly my favourite guys in WWE right now. Mostly pay attention to their segments. That's Martin. And Brennan said he has the most believable finisher too, in my opinion.
If you're talking about Baron Corbin, you are absolutely correct.
As it looks so shit. Yeah,
I was going to say, it's probably my favourite finisher.
I would have to agree. That along with...
from the first time I saw it, when he flat out killed... What's his name? I don't even remember his name anymore.
A jobber?
Shit, wow, I really did... It was someone I hated from NXT.
Was he a face or heel?
Oh, he was heel. Who was the hippie?
Oh, CJ Parker.
CJ Parker. See, he was so forgettable I forgot his name. Because he was the first one to get hit with that. He looked like he exploded.
Yeah, it's a really good move. But yeah, I definitely agree. It's probably one of my top 3 finishers currently right now. Martin, I agree as well with you. Enzo and Cass are one of my favourite things right now. Not so much their matches, but their pre-match promos or talks are just great.
Cass is viewed very highly by the management, so
definitely.
He's probably going to have some great success, both tag team and singles.
Yeah, I reckon I don't ever want Enzo and Cass to split though. If they're going to go with Cass being a bigger push, obviously he's the wrestler of the two, isn't he? And he does the walking and Enzo does the talking.
They have the most boring high-flying moveset I've seen at Usos. Yeah. I mean, first, and one thing that bothers me is that, okay, so they use the top rope splash as a finisher.
Yeah.
Kevin Owens uses a frog splash from the top rope and it never wins.
Yeah,
Why?
It does. There's no that's like the same thing with like a Kevin Owens or Luke Harper super kick. They don't win, but now Ziggler's somehow powered up his super kick over the amount of times he's probably.
It's like he's transferred the amount of power from the zigzag to the super kick, and now he went into the customized moveset option and swapped it.
Like honestly, I don't remember the last time I saw a zigzag.
Well, saw one at all, or saw one win a match?
I don't remember the last time he won a match with one.
Won the match with now it's being used as like a false finish move.
Yeah, it's like a signature move rather than a finisher. Yeah.
Kind of like what the Famouser is, because for some goddamn reason, every time he hits the Famouser, the crowd really thinks that he's won.
Yeah,
I don't get it. It's the only signature move that I've seen that doesn't win matches that people seem to think will win matches.
It doesn't look good, to be honest.
Half the time it looks ridiculous.
Yeah, like especially when he doesn't get the run up, he just stands and like lifts their head.
He
jumps
and
with
how
their
they
head,
have to like all of a sudden the opponent leans over really far for no reason.
Yeah, it's a ridiculous looking. Yeah, it's not great.
And yet it gets the loudest response from the crowd out of any signature move in the entire company.
I agree.
So I feel like the zigzag is kind of doing what that would now. At least it makes sense, even though it doesn't look believable as a finisher.
Yeah.
Granted, he's getting better at hitting it. Like, just flat out whip the back of their head to the canvas.
Yeah.
You might as well use a reverse DDT. But,
and then quickly before we get actually finally crack on with this thing,
local talent Johnny Knockout, the guy that nearly beat Braun Strowman.
I like big sweaty men.
I like big sweaty men. Welcome to the LGBT era of WWE, ladies and gentlemen.
I honestly have nothing to say on that. Like, nothing.
I look forward to Strowman squashes because of the people that he faces.
Yeah, especially that.
I honestly want him to succeed. I really do.
Yeah,
I even want to see him face someone like Brock Lesnar. I think that would be cool. Yeah, but until then, I am loving the hell out of this.
Yeah, I like the fact he's beating up people with no chins.
I get $1,000, and if I win, I get $5,000.
I do really want him to become like the next like big monster heel though. Mm-hmm. Like how they portrayed Great Khali when he came in. Apart from I actually like Braun Strowman.
You mean the Khali that they gave the world championship to?
Yeah, and he was like killing people with. He was killing people with like that weird karate chop he does.
Yeah.
The Khali slice.
Chop.
Oh, that was ridiculous. But yeah,
meanwhile, he can't bend his knees to save his life.
No, I think he'd crumble and die. But match number 2 of the night, well, the kickoff show was something I wish I'd seen. I don't know if it was fantastic or not, but Sami Zayn and Neville teaming up just had me drooling even thinking about it. Against the Dudley Boys. It was random.
It wasn't bad. I mean, it was against the Dudley Boys, and they've always been a great team, but with this at this point in their careers, it's not as easy for them to sell. So especially with the obvious finish being the haluva kick followed up by the Red Arrow. Yeah. The Red Arrow wasn't very convincing, seeing Neville kind of bounce off someone like Bubba Ray.
Yeah.
But like I wish he would win. I wish they would let Zayn win some matches with the Blue Thunder Bomb, by the way.
Yeah, that looks like a much better version of it.
It's one of those cases, kind of like with the what I call the Wade Barrett effect, where you've got a move as a signature that looks way more devastating than anything, and it never wins.
Yeah.
Which is what Winds of Change. Winds of Change should have been, Barrett's finisher, but instead it was always Wasteland.
The Alabama Slam.
Which is, why don't you just gently set them down and ask them if they want to be pinned?
I agree though. Like the haluva kick and the Blue Thunderbomb look like they should maybe be reversed.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I get the kind of.
At least I've grown to love the haluva kick.
Oh yeah. I mean, I love it because the speed and explosiveness. I mean, we saw it when he did on Kevin Owens in that Fatal 4-Way match a couple of months back. But I definitely feel like he should win a few matches with the Blue Thunderbomb because it is such a. It's the Michinuki driver is such a good move.
Right.
So I was doing a Michael Cole fucking Michinuku driver, fucking idiot.
Blue Thunderbomb! Blue Thunderbomb!
Neville hits the Neville hits the shooting stars, like fucking
a standing moonsault.
Dudley's hit 3D and they're like, oh, through the table.
And when they do their other move, like the back suplex neck breaker type thing.
Yeah.
When they call that the 3D, I'm just like, shut up. Don't know. Like there's got to be someone yelling in their ear when they do that, right? Yeah. Please tell me.
Oh, I agree. Yeah.
Oh, and also this is the third straight Dudley Boys match where one of them clotheslines the other by accident. So they've got some kinks to work out.
Yeah,
that may never be worked out.
Oh dear. But in the third match, and I'm already bored of watching this for some reason, even though it includes the love of my life if I was a fella who loved fellas.
The
Cesaro.
Best of 7 series between Cesaro and Sheamus, which by the way was preceded by 2 other matches.
Which Cesaro won both.
Both of them, yes. And Cesaro had won several matches against Sheamus last year.
So let's just say Cesaro's 4-1 up?
It was a solid match.
I mean, they put on good matches. They've got good chemistry. They're hard hitters and all, but I don't understand how thinking a best of 7. Like, what sort of number is that?
Well,
they pull out their arse?
Behind that, first of all, chances are because it's a best of 7, it'll go 7. because they don't want to make either one too inferior to the other. They're being built as equals, even if Cesaro is more popular and is seen as more physically gifted. But
it's the best. It's the title.
I thought it was a good move to have Sheamus win here, because if you have Cesaro win 3 matches in a row,
then why make it
what
best
credibility
of 7,
does Sheamus have left?
Yeah, I just wish it wasn't a thing at all. Like,
right. I mean,
it really baffles me.
What this needs is a couple of things. It needs variety and it needs stakes. The winner needs to get themselves like a Universal Championship match. And they need to put in some other matches, at least later on, like Steel Cage, Last Man Standing,
ladder match,
something. They need that, ladder match. Maybe like if it's a 7th match or something, maybe a ladder match in a contract is hanging in the air for a championship.
That's something I could get behind, and obviously it should be finally Cesaro going over, but who knows?
As opposed to how it is, say, in a WWE video game where you create a rivalry and it's 7 or 8 straight singles matches every single week. It can't just be normal matches.
Yeah, we need to get some excitement. Even though it's Cesaro and Sheamus put on good matches, and Cesaro has an incredible moveset and he's creative, we need more than just the same one-on-one match.
Right. This one ended with a thumb to the eye, shoulder into the ring post, and then a bro kick for the somewhat dirty victory, but Sheamus gets the first W in the best of 7 series against the Swiss Superman. Although they changed the ring post now, and I was just looking through the highlights again. That's one of the things I love. Cesaro leaping off of the ring post, bouncing off the top rope, and then hitting the highest crossbody I've ever seen from him. He got some extra height on that. I have a GIF right here.
Ooh, a GIF.
Just courtesy of Bleacher Reports, and it is just bizarre to see someone that big with that much athleticism, and I think that's a consistent theme in WWE nowadays as far as the guys that are coming in.
Yeah, definitely.
As long as they're allowed to show what they've actually got.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And like, what's the best way to do this? I mean, people are always going to be talking in the chat. Do you want to quickly address what they've been saying before we get to the main show, or should we leave that until we're done SummerSlam?
I think so. Let's see.
It's mainly like, super kick talk about Luke Harper should be the one that finishes people, and how they've booked Bray Wyatt.
I wouldn't mind that. I will say Luke Harper is one of the few people that could make me believe a clothesline can finish a match.
Oh yeah, definitely. I love his clotheslines. Saying that though, I love Bray Wyatt's clothesline when he turns around and counters
when he without looking and he just whips around and takes the head off. Yeah, that's pretty fun too.
But yeah, I agree. Wyatt's been booked absolutely poorly, and I hope that Randy's going to be putting him over because obviously the future star.
One time, neither one has any credibility right now at this point.
Yeah,
they need to both be built up, and one of them is going to be sacrificed.
Yeah, because I'm not sure if the Wyatts are split now again. Like what?
I don't know. I feel like Harper is most likely going to SmackDown when he's healthy again.
I feel like he would be. Yeah. I don't know.
Eric Rowan, he didn't appear the other night, but I've seen improvements from him from an in-ring standpoint.
Oh yeah, definitely.
But as far as Wyatt goes, the problem is he got hurt too, right as he was in the process of turning face, and so now he's back as a heel, and they need him to be one of SmackDown's top heels.
And the rumors are he's been injured yet again.
Yippee! I did not want to hear that.
Yeah, well,
well,
I guess we'll move on after that depressing news.
Yeah, worst booked superstar I've ever seen. Right now, as much as I love him, I would have to agree.
Yeah,
unfortunately,
it's a shame, but it's WWE, so what can you do?
They've had him win 2 rivalries. That was against Daniel Bryan and then Dean Ambrose.
Yeah,
that's it.
He's not won any rivalries that would kind of elevate him.
Right.
It's always been against people like up and coming stars and that sort of thing.
Oh, I'm sorry. He won his initial rivalry with R-Truth too. He beat R-Truth on pay-per-view, folks. Sorry, 3. He beat Kofi Kingston on pay-per-view. He's won 4 rivalries.
I forgot Bray Wyatt was
I feel so much better now.
Taking down such kings.
I think
Nothing
R-Truth was like, or wasn't R-Truth his first pay-per-view opponent?
I think so.
I think
Nothing against.
No, it was Kane. It was Kane.
Oh,
I'm sorry. He's won 5 rivalries.
Well, technically,
3 of which were one-off matches.
You could say he failed against Kane because he tried to recruit him and he didn't join. So
yeah,
he's tried to recruit 3 people and none of them have joined. Let the guy recruit someone.
But yeah, the booking has been bad since his first pay-per-view match. That Inferno match, where it just made him. First of all, Kane destroyed Bray Wyatt with 3 choke slams, and then all of a sudden, Luke Harper gets his hands on fire retardant blankets or whatever. I can't believe I'm bitching about a match from 3 SummerSlams ago. But
well, it's the joys.
Wow.
I suppose.
Okay, yeah, moving on.
Yeah,
to,
let's
the actual main show.
Get out of the Wyatt depression stuff. First match of the show: hometown heroes Enzo and Cass kicked off.
How you doing?
They kicked off the show. Obviously, they're going against Jericho.
I believe they were quoting some New York City music.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan.
I was like, but it's not funny.
Yeah, it's not one of their best. It's definitely
it was a treat for the crowd. They sang along with some of the stuff.
It was definitely a hometown thing, anyway.
I think coming into this, people assumed that the Jericho thing would blow up and that it would lead to a win for Enzo and Cass.
Yeah.
But as always, the master of the headlock, Kevin Owens, he impressed me. He took Big Cass to Headlock City early on. As he calls it. I
like the shuffle he did on the side of the ring when he took the piss out of Enzo.
Yes.
I just love...
when he did his little jig.
Yeah.
That was amazing.
I just love KO as a talker. Like he talks smack in the ring as well. He's such a good heel.
Right.
But yeah.
It brings me back though to what I was saying earlier about the frog splash. He hit Enzo with the big frog splash, or the bullfrog splash, as Michael Cole calls it, from the top rope, and he was just able to kick out. Like, no one should move.
He's a big fella.
Let him use that as like a once in a while finish.
Yeah, it should be like
something.
It should be like Rollins doing the Phoenix splash.
Mm-hmm.
It should be used in special like matches, and it should and could possibly end the match. It could be the winner.
Right.
Because it's something that they pull out their arsenal that they don't usually do. Yeah, I agree. It's annoying that the Usos can do theirs and win with a generic thing, and whereas KO is a very big fella and hits it a lot.
I mean, I get if Seth Rollins doesn't finish a match with a frog splash, but Kevin Owens should.
Yeah, like, because he just hits it better as well. He just hits it better.
The match itself didn't impress me too much.
No, it wasn't anything
going on. It was pretty standard. First of all, Enzo and Cass, let me make this clear. They lose more than they win.
Yeah.
It's not like they're the most dominant team. It usually follows a standard formula where Cass gets the hot tag towards the end.
Yeah,
but then he tags in Enzo for the rocket launcher or the boom shakalaka. And then someone breaks it up.
They really do need to, like, because it's a predictable match. I know Cass is the wrestler and Enzo's the talker, but they do need to do something different because it's getting very... It's like American Alpha, you know, Jordan gets the hot tag, does it explosive, like, rip off his straps, the corner spear.
It's the clothesline, it's the drop kick.
The corner spear, and it's... Tag teams, when they're so popular, they just need to... get it different every so often. Be unpredictable. I mean,
so as entertaining as Enzo and Cass are, their matches all feel the same to me, at least.
Yeah.
Whereas it's the talking that I'm so interested in each and every time.
Yeah, it's like you're looking forward to that more than the match, because the match is going to be pretty slow, and Cass is going to get the top tag and the same. And
Enzo's going to be the face in peril for probably several minutes.
Yeah.
Although I love his when he leaps off the top rope with the DDT.
That's good. Yeah, I like
which he calls the DDG.
See, that's a play on words I like. That's better than the Bailey to Belly.
Yeah. I would agree 100% there. And I don't. Enzo doesn't even have a finisher, by the way.
Yeah.
I feel like that could be a good one, but that's usually what leads to a false finish or something.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a finisher. I think whenever he wins, it's with that rocket launcher, which is essentially a top rope splash. They're not willing to admit that it's a top rope splash.
Yeah.
Or a roll up.
I just feel like that down the line, it will just get to a point where Enzo is Cass's manager. He does the talking.
Yeah.
Cass is doing all being the big star because he's the big guy who's quite good for his size. I don't. Every time Enzo's in the ring, I'm like, okay, he's gonna get beat up. He's not gonna what offense does he have? I honestly don't know. More than 3 moves he does. He does the DDG.
He throws some punches.
Yeah, he throws some punches and he does a drop kick.
There's the DDG. He also has a nice tornado DDT.
Yeah, but it just reminds me of every time I see Enzo against anyone, it's like, okay, well, this is going to be SummerSlam 2014 Lesnar vs Cena, where Lesnar got 1 move in, which was the AA, and then he got a few punches here and there. That's literally it.
It's like you want to talk about someone who has less than 5 moves. It's not John Cena. It's not Brock Lesnar. It's Enzo Amore.
Yeah, and we have to be honest.
At least that he shows, because he's the little guy. He's the mouthpiece. He's the entertainment.
Yeah.
And so they don't really let him shine like I feel that he could.
Oh, he's definitely a megastar and in popularity as well, and
right.
But if they could get him to improve in the ring or at least show off more stuff, then he's got the potential to maybe go on for a singles run with a United States champion at some point,
Right.
Like an early John Cena was. Smack talk, decent in the ring, that sort of thing. But yeah, but Jericho went over anyway.
Cass was thrown into the steel post, and Kevin Owens hit a cannonball outside. Inside Owens, I thought it was a little bit sloppy of a spot, but I think the idea behind it was really cool. Popping him up as if he was going to go for the pop-up powerbomb, but propelling him into a code breaker.
Yeah, that was good. I like that.
Jericho the win in the opening match of SummerSlam.
Yeah, but then that was the omen for the crowd weren't they were dead the most part,
I think everything after AJ Styles versus Cena, the crowd was worn out.
Yeah, that's where it was 5 hours of wrestling as well. A lot of them have been there for a while. Yeah. So, but yeah, match number 2, probably the first major shock of the night.
So this is something. Even though apparently this had been planned for a week, it was something. It presented a shock factor that really none of the matches during TakeOver really had.
Yeah.
So,
I agree, yeah.
At least in some respects, SummerSlam did it slightly better as far as unpredictability, but not everywhere. But here it was done really well.
Yeah,
as much as I don't know how much anyone else really wanted another Charlotte reign. I don't know how long it's actually going to go.
I can't see it being too long.
The plan obviously originally wasn't for Sasha to lose the title so quickly, so I'm not so sure that Charlotte's going to... I don't know if they're going to have her hold on to it until Sasha takes it again, or if they put someone like Bayley over.
I reckon they might... I honestly feel like Bayley will go over Charlotte.
Leading to maybe some sort of Sasha Bayley at WrestleMania or something of the like.
Well, I was thinking before that maybe a triple threat between the 3, because obviously Charlotte would lose and be entitled to a rematch, but then Sasha was promised a rematch when she returns.
That's a good point, yeah.
And we had the other 3. We had Becky Lynch with Charlotte and Sasha at WrestleMania, which was a really good match, and I reckon this one would be something they could maybe use, because obviously now they've got brand exclusive pay-per-views. They're going to want to get more attention than the SmackDown ones, and that would be a big draw.
Right.
Almost 3 of the 4 horsewomen again in a triple threat for the title match.
Yeah. I feel like for some reason this match, the way it ended, actually it wasn't as shocking to me, and I think the reason is I felt the same way about that I did about the ending to the match at WrestleMania, where it was just I was kind of confused and kind of disappointed, and the feeling was kind of mixed. But because I'd already experienced that feeling before, it I was in a familiar place.
Yeah, it didn't hit
So
you
I
as
wasn't
much. Yeah.
as surprised as I could have been. Obviously, it come out that Sasha's dealing with, I believe, some back injuries,
And
which
she's
I'm
also...
surprised that's all she's dealing with after some of the spots that they
Oh,
tried.
I feel like her neck should be
The
broken.
turnbuckle spot, where I'm pretty sure that was
Oh.
some sort of botch.
Yeah,
where
for
for both her leg and her neck. The point where she did that Hurricane Rana off the top, I think she landed it safely, but it looked like she landed on top of her head.
Yeah, a lot of her moves, they scare me. Especially, when you see her do like the suicide dive on the outside.
Right.
She looks like she doesn't get the right height on the jump or something, but it looks like I always feel like her leg's gonna catch, and even when it doesn't, the way she lands on her neck, and her she's scorpions, like I said earlier in this podcast. Her legs go bend all the way up and go touch the back of her head. It's
right.
It's scary.
And of course, there's the concerns that she's injury prone, but I don't think it's because she's soft. I think it's because she's just throwing herself around and willing to do all these insane spots.
Yeah. But then the other rumors for the reason that she's taking a bit of time off was the honeymoon as well.
That's true. Yeah. It's so funny to me that right after Enzo hit on her on Raw, she gets married the next day.
Yeah, it kind of took away the whole
I think the person she's married to is a seamster in WWE.
Oh really?
Yeah, they're a cute couple actually, but
it was a good match, but it wasn't it wasn't their match from Raw or anything like that.
Right. The Raw match that they had, that was supposed to be their SummerSlam match.
Yeah,
they moved it up because they wanted a big feel-good moment
for the first Raw,
surprise moment for the very first new era Raw.
Yeah, the brand split Raw. Yeah. But I haven't really got much else to say about it. I mean, there's a few. It looked like they were actually quite tired a lot. There's a lot of sloppy. It looked like there's a few botches in the match, considering their chemistry. But
right.
But yeah, I enjoyed it. It's just two straight kind of things that people didn't want in a row. Everyone was getting deflated, and then obviously you follow that with a match where you've got a man everyone hates and his hot French wife going against a man who has been built to have no personality apart from he smiles.
Yeah, and he's black.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Miz with Maurice.
You get it? Apollo Creed and Terry Crews. Apollo Crews. Yeah.
Yeah,
sure.
That's great. That's gonna help. But yeah, it was an okay match.
It followed up a theme that was very apparent the entire night, is that the bad guys
are winning.
Mostly win.
Yeah.
At no point did anything happen where people were supposed to be happy about it. With the exception of maybe Balor and
Dean Ambrose.
Even with the New Day thing falling flat, which we'll get to shortly.
Looking at the card, there's actually on the main card, there's out of
I believe weren't those the only two faces that won?
9 matches and 7 of them were heel wins.
Yeah, four faces won. 2 of them were meaningless matches on the pre-show.
Yeah. So it's that's what do you expect from the show if the majority of your matches are heel?
As far as the Intercontinental Championship match goes, I've always been a fan of The Miz, or at least I have been since I started watching, because I haven't watched forever, but I've been watching for several years now, and basically since he was teaming with Morrison.
Yeah.
And I've always been a huge fan. I loved him during his WWE Championship run, and I loved him even when he was a face. But this has been one of his best runs, and I hope he holds on to this title for a long time.
I think it's his best run.
Maurice coming back was a solid decision.
Yeah, that helps. That really does help.
Looking good as ever, by the way. But
oh yeah,
I think he's more confident. He's happier. It's also probably a morale boost being with your partner on the road all the time. So you're not away from for all the flack he gets. He's been a champion for a lot of his career.
Yeah.
5-time Intercontinental Champion.
And
he's a former United States Champion, WWE Champion. He is a Triple Crown winner.
Yeah. And pointing on
something
his,
that even the Undertaker isn't a Triple Crown winner, and he has pointed that out before.
And we'll point, and just want to quickly mention his little promo on Daniel Bryan on
Talking Smack.
Oh my God, everyone's talking about that like Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what was it? Daniel was just saying how he's a coward.
He was accusing him of being a coward as far as wrestler goes.
And then the Miz was just basically saying, "Well, who's the person?"
Rips I've never for 3 minutes straight.
Yeah.
I wrestle the way I do because I can do it day in and day out for 10 straight years. I've never been injured.
Yeah.
You promised that you would be back, and you never came back. So.
And Daniel just walked off. It honestly
stormed off, and Miz just kept going.
It didn't feel like it was scripted at all. Like, it felt genuine.
Even though there's a good chance it was a work, it felt so real.
It's real
and
to me.
There was real honesty behind it.
Yeah. I know that obviously in real life Miz and Bryan have good chemistry, respect for each other, all that stuff.
Right.
But it felt like the Miz was like honestly getting out some frustration, you know. Finally, he's had enough. The fans hate him when he's not the best wrestler in the world. We all know this, but he's consistent.
And after that, this is the most support for the Miz from the fans that I've ever seen.
Yeah, it worries me though, because he, in my opinion, is the only true heel, along with perhaps the Revival. As in, he's a heel that gets booed and no one likes him.
People want to pay to see him lose.
Yeah. Whereas, you know, Styles, Rollins, Kevin Owens, they're cheered to shit.
They're the popular heels. They're the guys people want to cheer, even though they're the bad guys.
Yeah.
So.
But I mean, I like Apollo Crews, but I never felt like he was going to win, just because they've not done anything to build his character, like nothing.
Right, and winning this title wouldn't have even helped with that.
No, I mean, he puts on good matches, but
yeah. He's athletic, we get it, but that's not a character.
That's not a gimmick, no.
Now, I appreciate that his standing moonsault is no longer his finisher, but
yeah, it's that weird,
still,
like holding, like, lift up powerbomb thing.
Yeah, it was like a lift up spinning powerbomb. I was a little surprised to see the Miz win as cleanly as he did.
Yeah,
I know he threw him into the ring post. That's not a dirty win. That's just smart.
Yeah. I thought the Maurice would have got involved in that would have cost Cruz the match.
She provided a quote unquote distraction, but
it wasn't.
It was honestly probably the most clean win anyone has had over Cruz, with the exception of Jericho.
Yeah.
And it did nothing to help his stock. That is for sure.
I mean, considering he's one of your future stars, you'd think, and he can put on fantastic matches, but considering he got beat clean in under 6 minutes, doesn't look good for him right now. He's one of my lower mid card, I think, for a while on SmackDown.
Right. Until he can show otherwise. I thought he was supposed to do a program with Baron Corbin, but apparently that's not the case. Yeah. Or that what happened in the contendership match would lead to a fatal 4-way. Not saying that can't happen, but at least it hasn't yet. There was a Twitter poll run by one of my favorite Bleacher Reports writers, Chris Mueller, who was the real star of the match. 1% voted The Miz, 11% voted Apollo Crews, 88% voted Maurice's outfit as the star of the match.
What does that say about how much attention people really pay? You know?
I don't know if that says a lot about her, or if that says a lot about the program that nobody gives a damn about.
Yeah, I guess so. A bit of both, I think.
Of course, I think the match also, as we kind of found out, was used more as a buffer between, how between big matches they put in something that lets the crowd reset, that they probably won't care about as much.
Yeah,
which is unfortunately what they used to do with the formerly known as Divas matches, like right before the main event of a pay-per-view.
Yeah.
This kind of fell into that spot between Sasha Charlotte 2 and, of course, Cena Styles.
It was very weird though. Like the match order all night was very weird.
I thought it was strange that both World Championship matches occurred before the final hour.
Yeah, and they were before the United States Championship, and
they were before a non-match and then a bloodbath.
Yeah, and the women's match was second. It baffled me, but we can get into that later on. For now, we've got to go on about the longest match of the night, 23 minutes,
and possibly the match of the year.
What definitely one of them.
I feel like if they don't count the cruiserweight matches towards what can be voted for match of the year, this might have it.
I reckon it'll be this. This is up there with Shinsuke and Sammy for me. I don't like John Cena. Like it's John Cena. He's boring, but at the same, I respect him for what he does and what he's done.
For as much flack as he gets, he's probably had at least last year, he might have had the best year of his career as far as in-ring matches, because he meshes so well. He may not have the best moveset, but he meshes so well, has such good chemistry with so many of these guys.
I mean, last year, I a lot of that probably goes towards the United States Championship run he had, but he had great matches with Dean Ambrose, Stardust, Cesaro,
the only match from the United States Open Challenge that I can remember being boring was against Kane.
Yeah, why was that a thing?
Which featured Kane's offense for 5 minutes and then one AA, and that was it. That was literally it. The only move he hit was an AA.
That's usually why
you can go back and watch that match. It's probably on YouTube. If you're listening right now, I'm not even kidding.
That's probably why John Cena is so hated, because most of his matches usually
Corporate Kane, by the way.
Yeah, most of his matches usually go, he gets beat up, and then he hits an AA, and then that's pretty much it. But in this match was not the case. He hit some pretty different moves. That weird thing where he kind of sits on the shoulders, spins them into a powerbomb. That's a pretty awesome move, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But just the whole, I was hooked the whole match from beginning to end. The fans were 50-50.
Early on, they went with some pretty classic opening wrestling, and then Cena just hits him with a right hand to the mouth. Yeah. And he puts on a bit more of a power style to kind of assert his dominance.
Yeah, obviously.
Which I thought was kind of necessary. He knows he has to kind of dig down further.
He can't out-wrestle AJ, so he's going to have to kind of hit him with the bigger moves.
For once, he hit the 5-knuckle shuffle in the first try. Yeah, that was usually good. Everyone just kicks him in the head now, but...
But this match was... It worked it did its job, all the jobs it was supposed to do. It put over the right person. Right. It finally showed the fans that John Cena isn't the star of the show. Basically, he's not who he used to be. He is quite beatable now.
Right. To an extent, yeah.
Yeah, the fans now believe he is actually starting to put people over.
I feel like that's largely in part, to him putting Kevin Owens over at Money in the Bank last year.
I feel like that's when it started.
Which is probably my favorite moment of last year.
Yeah. The new era, I feel like, are finally starting to, get in the face of, the bigger WWE guys. I like it.
Yeah.
It's so weird. It was easily one of the best matches of the past few years, yet I don't feel like I have much to say, because it just worked so well. It did what it needed to do.
I have no problem calling it a classic.
Yeah, Cena lost. That adds to my joy for it. But I respect him a fucking ton. And
one thing that
AJ's gone
me,
over. So yeah.
Right, exactly. And that's one thing that I had a feeling AJ might go over, but there was a little thing in the back of your mind, because going back to that Kevin Owens rivalry last year, the third match, I thought Owens is going over. He's going to win the U.S. Championship.
Yeah.
Then at the end of the match, Cena hits the AA from the top rope, and Owens kicks out, and no one had ever done that before.
Yeah.
And then they just have him tap out. So this year they did it right.
Yeah.
AJ
he kicked out
finds a way to kick out of that. You can see the psychological effect it had on Cena.
I love he actually sold his react. You know, he looked like he was genuinely stunned. For those of you that might not have seen it or are listening in, basically Cena hit his what do they call it, the fucking super AA.
Super AA.
Basically like a
from
top
the second rope.
Yeah, second rope AA. AJ kicked out, and fucking people were losing their shit. Cena just sat in the corner, didn't carry on with his offense, which was quite nice. He just he was stunned literally for what solid few.
At least a good 30 seconds. He was just sitting there. It zoomed in on his face. You could see in his eyes. It was shock.
And one of my favourite parts of that match was when, I can't remember who was commentating over it. Well, obviously it would be the SmackDown team. I don't know if it was JBL who said it, but he said he's seeing in AJ what people used to see in him.
Yes. I don't remember if it was. I think it was JBL, but it could have been Morrow.
It just sounded perfect because
it's like he was looking into a mirror.
Yeah, because for years he has been the guy who kicks out of the biggest moves and wins.
That's what he has done to everybody.
He's always been, he's been top dog. He's been kicking out of moves. He's been unbeatable, and
Super Cena.
Yeah, and AJ kicks out of his best move.
The best thing he could possibly hit.
And he kicks out, and he's thinking, this kid has just done what I have been doing for the past 10 years.
What can I do?
Yeah.
When I fired my best shot.
And then he went. I think as soon as AJ slowly sort of, jiggled his way to the middle of the ring, I think he went for another AA, but he reversed it into a fucking
Styles Clash. Which, by the way, I'm kind of going back to earlier in the match, and I'm talking earlier. They had him hit the Styles Clash really early. I think probably 7 or 8 minutes into the match.
Yeah, I was surprised because it's a 23-minute match.
And then Cena pops up about a minute later and hits the AA for another false finish. And then the match kind of resets.
I felt like they did that too early.
Slower pace.
I felt like they hit a lot of their, usually, a string of finishes and at the end. I completely agree because it felt... That's the thing, the one thing I probably didn't like about it was they hit their big moves within the first 10 minutes and then it just kind of went back to, headlocks and...
Excuse me.
The bigger moves and stuff like that. It just
don't
get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. It was an incredible match, but it did kind of feel like, wait, why have they already hit their moves and then no one's won? Like it was another
several minutes later.
Yeah, there was no build to anything.
Right, several minutes later. Only then does he lock in the STF.
Yeah.
He avoids the springboard 450. Cena's got a really good sunset flip powerbomb, I will say.
Yeah.
It's very nice and fluid. Let's see.
But honestly, it was... Yeah.
The counter from the... not everything was perfect, of course. I thought AJ countering the STF into the crossface... The crossface was not, locked in at all. Cena's bulging arms were still in front of him.
Yeah,
but, there's only so much you can
do the submission stuff very well, in my opinion. He doesn't look like he's... ever doing anything. I
feel like when he applies the STF, I feel like he could make it look better. He's kind of squeezing his forearms on their head when he could be wrenching their head back.
Yeah, there was someone he did it to last year where he pulled their neck back, and that looked like it actually had meaning to it. But yeah, all in all, honestly, fantastic match, best match of the night easily. And honestly, this next match, I don't really have much to say about it.
Match finished. The Styles Clash was not the finish though. He then hit the phenomenal forearm.
Yeah, he took off his elbow. Took off the elbow pad. Yeah. I'm so
a massive ovation.
Yeah, and then Cena left.
Then he actually leaves. He takes. It was kind of cryptic after
his sweatband
losing, and AJ's left. Cena takes off his Never Give Up armband, which is as big as most of our heads, and leaves it in the center of the ring.
And then just it felt like he was like that. That was his retirement. I know.
And then people actually showed their respect and they applauded him as he left. And I know he's not actually leaving, but it looked like he could have retired.
Yeah, that was very much like an Undertaker thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, well, moving on. Next match was also, like most of the night, was a kind of like a bit of a letdown.
It was more like a what the hell did they do that for?
Yeah, like our boys, me and you, Matt, we both love them. The New Day. There you go.
I will say they should have realized from the get-go that Jon Stewart was not going to get a favorable reaction.
Yeah.
I will admit, he wasn't as on top of his game as he was last year. He had some funny lines. He poked fun basically at himself for what he did last year. I thought it was nice, at least bringing that up.
But
instead of pretending it never happened.
I just felt like through the whole match, I knew, okay, when is he going to get involved? Because he's going to get involved. Is,
what I thought would happen was that this would be a vicious rivalry, and Gallows and Anderson, much to my chagrin, would take the titles in a tough match.
I thought so
too.
But
once it became about testicles, I knew that there was not going to be a title change at SummerSlam.
I think we've spoke about this before in before we made this channel in Skype and stuff. But even before the testicle jokes and the constant doctor stuff, it's funny, but it doesn't make them look like the threat that we've heard so much about as them in Japan, because they were meant to be like one of those dominant tag teams.
Admittedly, I'm a fan of cheesy one-liners, and they had some good ones, but Dr. Gallows and Dr. Anderson were not going to win the tag team titles, at least in Brooklyn this past Sunday. Of course, they hit the Magic Killer on Kofi towards the very end. Jon Stewart gets in the ring in a very long, drawn-out spot.
Yeah, it's very awkward.
Attempting to do to him what they did to Big E, which is what the crowd wanted. And then as they're about to sacrifice Jon Stewart, Big E rushes in and slaughters both of them.
Fair enough. The pop he got was pretty nice.
It was, but it makes me wonder, why the hell wasn't he out there to begin with?
Yeah.
First of all, no championship match should end in disqualification at your second biggest show of the year.
The problem with this show in general was the amount of...
That's something you can... Save that for an episode of Raw.
Yeah, but we get
Save the shenanigans for Raw and give us clean, definitive finishes when people are paying money to see.
Yeah, but this show we got, I think 3 finishes that weren't proper.
There were 3, yeah.
It's not good. It's not acceptable for one of your big 4 shows. It's
hardly acceptable on Raw or SmackDown.
Yeah, and honestly,
this was okay. I'm referring, I guess, more to what happened on later on.
Yeah. But honestly, I love the New Day, but it wasn't a match that made me glued to it, even if they were involved.
As happy as I am that they ended up extending their reign past 365 days.
Yeah.
This kind of left a bad taste in my mouth.
So, and it makes me feel like Gallows and Anderson are going to win next time, right? Because
no amount of Big E gyrating could get that taste out of my mouth.
Yeah, they've held them now. They've held the titles now for over a year. They won. They lost 3 disqualification. So I just feel like
there's going to be another match. Obviously,
I don't know if it's going to be
Clash of Champions. I think Clash of Champions is the next Raw pay-per-view, but it's not till
late September.
Late September.
I
think Backlash is going to be the SmackDown pay-per-view, right? That's going to be in a couple weeks, I think.
Yeah. I just feel like
from the moment they've come in, I think you and I talked about this right when they first debuted on WWE programming. I kind of said those guys, they're boring, but they're going to win the championships. They're going to be the ones to take them, and I still think that they are.
Yeah.
But only when this gets more serious.
Yeah, I feel like I love the New Day's jokes and all this, but I feel like they need to have opponents that like when the Wyatts were doing their thing against the New Day. I loved it because it brought a seriousness to at least one member of the New Day, who then brought a seriousness to Big E and Kofi, because Xavier was hypnotized or scared or anything. But I thought that the fucking Gallows and Anderson would have made the New Day take it seriously. It's gone the other way, and now Gallows and Anderson are making jokes. I'm just thinking... Yeah,
it's like, why is it that they will savagely beat up anyone else, but when it came to the New Day, they had to make jokes?
Yeah. If they're going to be the team to take it, and we've got to take them seriously, and they're going to be the best tag team, they're going to be absolutely dominant with the titles on Raw, then I need to think they're worth it. They deserve it, because... making the same constant fucking balls about testicles every fucking show you're on. It's just like
enough about collecting samples.
It's like, is that really that's our future champions? Because I mean, say I guess it's weird because obviously we love the New Day and they're so silly, but that's the thing. They're the silly team, whether they got the championships or not. I just feel
they excel there. These guys should excel on beating people up, which they've mostly done.
Yeah, and now they're just going full out childish shit.
Yeah.
But
before moving on though, how about Big E drinking whatever fluid that was from the jar?
I just had a pit like when he did it. I mean I kind of loved him even more because it just makes me like he's so funny and he's just he's entertaining.
I hope someday he's a world champion.
I feel like he deserves it because he's got the career. We know he had the talent when he joined, but we never knew he had the fucking charisma he does now. Because there's a lot of these guys like Rusev and Ryback that are really fun. They're actually genuinely funny guys, but they're never allowed to show their actual personality. Yeah.
Big E's been given an opportunity to show his personality, and he's killing it.
Yeah, I love even his face. He just drank the weird testicle jar fluid, and then he just stuck his tongue out
as if it were Gatorade, you know?
Yeah, and he was just energized. I was like, what the fuck? Oh, but yeah, it wasn't anything special. That's quickly before moving on again. That's probably my one big problem with the New Day is they always have these big sort of spots at the big pay-per-views. Like at WrestleMania, they had to lose, but they had the big moment with the legends and
right.
Not, what's going to happen at Survivor Series? One of the big four, they're going to lose, but they'll not lose the championships if they still got them. But they'll have a bit. They'll basically come out on top even though they've lost.
The big match with the Wyatt family. Once again, they've actually lost quite a few of their biggest matches.
Yeah.
This year, I'd say their 3 most important matches.
But obviously they've kept the titles. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, moving on, I guess, to what I can only describe, and I didn't think I'd be saying this at all, to an absolute snooze fest.
You are not wrong.
I don't know why it came out this way. I don't know if it's because of the matches prior to it, but
it's
Dean Ambrose.
It's 2 very talented competitors who have fairly decent chemistry.
Yeah.
And it just didn't produce anything really worth watching. 15
minutes of Dean Ambrose as your WWE World Champion against Dolph Ziggler should have been absolute magic. But 15.
I'll admit,
there was just
the build-up to this match.
The build-up was good. It made me.
The build-up took what I thought would have been boring, and the build-up was good, and it made me believe in Dolph Ziggler at least as a challenger. And then the match happened.
It was just the fans literally were silent. Even if I think that's partly because fatigue and just because it wasn't good. The pace was so.
They did nothing to set the bar higher than anything that they've done, including against each other.
Honestly, I couldn't believe how slow it was. I was it was one move, and then you'd wait a bit, and then be another move. There was no pick up in pace or anything. I guess the fans were also like, okay, who do we cheer for? Because they're both technically face.
Right.
It's it's really what when all the build up they were like, oh, this will be the show stealer match. Part of me believed that,
Is it bad that I only remember 2 spots?
I don't remember anything. So no,
I
it's
remember
not bad.
2 spots. I remember Ziggler hitting a super kick on Ambrose that sent him into the barricade, and I remember him pulled off the top rope for Dirty Deeds at the end. That is all I remember. I don't even remember how Dean Ambrose became shirtless in that match.
No, there was nothing.
Actually, no. Wait, he ripped his own tank top off. Never mind, it wasn't even pulled off.
There just wasn't anything about this match that excited me at all.
Not at all.
It was so slow, ridiculously slow for the 2 guys involved, who are usually very quick. I mean, Dean Ambrose won for anyone who doesn't know that by now, but
right.
It was.
And what it can only describe as nothing more than standard.
Yeah.
It was a standard match.
Yeah, I have nothing else to add.
Again, not a bad match for an episode of SmackDown Live, but
I think it would be a bad match for SmackDown. There was nothing in there.
Well, I mean, it was decent.
It was,
but you knew it was going to be at least decent.
Yeah,
they never made anyone care.
We wanted, like, I don't remember once where the fans, reacted to anything that match.
I think maybe the one thing was probably
when it finished,
the zigzag false finish.
Yeah, that's true.
Which, as I mentioned before, and is probably going to become more of a thing now that they realized it's not a good finisher.
It's gonna be the build up to the super kick now. Yeah. Yeah,
and now that he's also doing the HBK stomp.
Yeah.
So.
But moving on to another...
not a whole lot impressive about that. So there's not a whole lot to talk about.
Not a lot. Honestly, I feel like these last 4 matches, there's not a whole lot to talk about. The next match, Natalya, Alexa Bliss, and surprise,
returning Nikki Bella.
Well, yeah, because she replaced Eva Marie, who they said. Right. They said
they claim she's on vacation in the British Isles, I believe.
Yeah, I'm surprised the fans didn't boo the shit out of that straight away, because obviously we know she's been suspended.
Well, I feel like a lot of people did.
Yeah,
but I think when her music first hit, I think everyone knew she was suspended, so people were like, "What the hell's going on?"
Like, they actually tried playing onto it. Like, okay.
I do like that they're trying to add to the storyline.
Yeah, that she's
by making more excuses.
Yeah, I do like that.
I'm actually interested to see where this is going, and I'm interested enough to see her compete, even if it just means I want to see her get beat up.
Yeah, because she's going to have to fight at some point, and when that first match happens, everyone's going to love watching her get beat.
Yeah.
But, so it was Natalya... Sorry, what?
Just a quick point when it comes to this and then what happened on SmackDown is that when this first happened, I was confused because Nikki got what was essentially a huge ovation.
Yeah.
A big pop, and she was cheered throughout the whole thing. With the exception of some minor heel mannerisms, she was essentially a face on a heel team, and it didn't make sense until, of course, SmackDown.
Yeah.
But at least I understand it now. So it was actually a surprisingly good call.
Yeah, at the time it was confusing though, but Natalya, Alexa Bliss, and then obviously a returning Nikki Bella, which is a nice surprise. As some people would say, she's got lovely tatty bojangles. They went up against Becky, Naomi, and Carmella, and I like Becky and Naomi a lot, so it was what it was. It was an okay match. It was
an okay match. All the competitors were given a chance to show something.
It was more a showcase, in my opinion, for returning Nikki, though, who got the win using the TKO. I think it's called, on Carmella.
Total knockout.
Yeah, on Carmella.
Of course, having to change up her finisher, no longer able to use the rack attack, as it's what ended up leading to her neck injury.
Oh, is that what it was?
Almost ended her career. Yep.
I didn't know that was the reason.
The use of the rack attack actually put a lot of strain on her neck, and it ended up needing to have surgery because of her finish.
I did not know that. That's quite interesting to know, actually. But yeah, so everyone looks okay in this match.
Becky, of course, coming in with the hot tag towards the end, just unleashing on all 3 of her opponents was a lot of fun to watch.
Just tell me why. Why isn't... Can't they just make Becky the face of SmackDown's women's division? Because she's been constantly losing matches when she's been the best part about them in my opinion, for a long time. And the fans love her, and she's a great wrestler and all this. So I just now... we'll talk about it in SmackDown, I guess.
Also, that elbow from Nikki is as nasty as ever.
Her signature, the one that leads to her finish.
Yeah,
the forearm.
I don't think that's ever failed to lead to the finish.
Yeah,
that just looks like a straight knockout.
That's a forearm right to the nose.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
Bull Hammer Michael.
There's not honestly much to say about that match, really. That's what it was. What it was. It was a return for Nikki Bella. And then we had our next match, which should have been a dream match. Finn Balor versus Seth Rollins for the Universal Championship, which was the main. The match wasn't as good as I thought it was going to be either. But
the problem with the match, I thought the crowd was good, but when it came to this match, they kind of pissed me off a little bit because they hijacked the match to basically bitch about the look of the championship. And it looks bad. I mean, maybe it's bad, I don't think the red works as well. I get it because it's for Raw. Whereas with SmackDown, I think the blue with their new championships kind of fits in well. I like the color. It looks
what they could have
somewhat
done.
Decent.
What they could have done for the Universal Championship is,
what they should have. Well, first of all, what they should have done was not made it look like all their titles are now copy paste.
Yeah, apart from the US and the Intercontinental, they are all identical apart from the colors, which is a stupid idea. Like the brands when they were split before, they had their own distinctive look, and you felt like they were their own different shows. But now it's like, okay, these are very lazy ideas. Fair enough. I definitely prefer all the belts on
championships that all look almost identical.
Yeah, I definitely prefer the SmackDown ones. I'll be honest. But the Universal Championship, if they're going to go with a red strap, don't the part where the centerpiece, the WWE logo and all that.
Mm-hmm.
The background behind the W and the little tick thing underneath it, the little swipe, that should at least be black, so you can the logo pop. The centerpiece, it pops out more.
Yeah.
But not just have it all red. It looks ugly, and I understand the frustration at the start of the match when they said the fans were chanting that belt looks shit and stuff like that or whatever. But literally the whole match, I agree. The fans did start pissing me off. The whole match was just the fans chanting about the belt. And
half the time, honestly, until I watched it back again, I couldn't even tell what they were saying.
Yeah.
But it really took away from what was. It wasn't an amazing match, but I would say it was a great match.
Yeah, and some of that
part. It was one of the better ones of the night.
Part of the reason the match wasn't so fantastic, it might also be because Finn Balor injured him. Well, he got injured from Seth Rollins.
Kudos to Finn Balor.
Yeah,
for popping his shoulder back into the socket.
They kept showing it on Raw, and it was making me fucking.
You know what? When I was watching, as soon as that spot happened, I was like, he's got to be hurt. Because Rollins, if you watch it back, he releases early. So when Balor thinks he's supposed to be hitting the wall, he puts his arm back instinctively to protect himself. And so his arm jams into the barricade.
Yeah.
Whereas if he doesn't do that, he's probably going to end up with a concussion or some sort of neck injury. So he was kind of screwed either way.
Yeah.
I will say, I'm not saying Rollins is an unsafe worker, but he's hurt an awful lot of guys recently.
Yeah, a lot of people are saying he's been very reckless lately.
And I feel like that move, it's very finicky because that's the move that ended Sting's career officially. I know he wasn't exactly a strapping young man anymore, but
yeah.
It damn near paralyzed him, and I think a lot of these guys don't know how to receive the move in safe ways.
If you think about it, it's also how Seth injured himself, because he did the jump over Kane at that live show,
which was going to lead to a powerbomb, and he blew out his own knee.
Yeah, and it fucked his own knee. So that move, it's a shame because I used to love the curb stomp, but they banned that. So now if they ban his two best moves that he used to have. His two signature moves. What are they going to give him? The Triple H spine buster now?
Curb Stomp was banned because they were afraid people are going to replicate it.
Yeah, I mean,
and it's like, really? You can't think of any other move you're afraid people will replicate?
It was that along with concussions, but it's like, hang on, okay, so Sheamus is allowed to blunt kick someone square in the face.
Although that's even been used as a storyline before, like how the bro kick was too dangerous, remember?
Oh,
with Christian and Del Rio. They were trying to get it banned, storyline-wise.
Oh, it's silly. But, the match, honestly, there's not much to say because the fans ruined it. It wasn't a fantastic match anyway. It wasn't the match you all thought it was going to be. But the fans should have respected that them two are working their asses off. I felt really bad for Mick Foley, to be honest, because he looked like he was genuinely upset with how the fans were treating the belt, and it's not like it was his choice for what the belt looks like.
Right. He doesn't even. It's not even his choice for the most part with what goes on. It's just
A character.
he just kind of there, and it's a storyline bit. Um, as far as who won, when the match was first announced, I thought, oh, Rollins is probably just going to win the belt. They're going to have someone they feel they can trust with it to be the first one. But then I started thinking, they're not going to have the demon persona lose its first match on the main roster.
This is something I've been waiting to talk to you about a long time, all right? I like Finn. I get it.
They only even had him lose once with it in NXT. So,
but my problem with Finn is his gimmick is his paint. What is his apart from painting himself up like a demon? Where's his character? I feel like he's very bland without that.
Even from an in-ring perspective, he doesn't really do anything different at all.
It's the same match every time.
Maybe he kicks out of more moves.
Yeah,
I guess he's channeling, so to speak, channeling his inner demon, channeling digging down deeper. But he's really not doing anything different. It's cool for the novelty, but it really doesn't make sense.
It looks cool, but his moveset is the exact same. I haven't seen him add really anything extra.
The only real difference is he doesn't lose as much.
Yeah. He basically means he's almost, he's an unbeatable creature or some shit like that. And it's just like, at times in the build-up to this match when Rollins would act scared, I can't take it seriously because it's like, you know it's Finn and it's just paint. So why are you acting like he's actually a demon?
Yeah.
I can't believe that grown men can act like it's, they can pretend to act scared.
They never even took it this far in NXT with the persona. Not once did they ever make someone really scared of it.
Yeah, and they made Seth look like a little wimp when he was kind of like...
It's one thing if it's Demon Kane back in his prime and he's popping up out of the ring and freaking the shit out of people.
That's fine. That's
and raining hellfire from the ring posts.
Because he is a huge man in his prime. But Finn Balor with literally...
Or the Undertaker with his mystique.
Yeah, I understand that.
He's not actually teleporting in and out of the ring.
Yeah.
Or out of the... how do you get in that casket? Whatever. But...
That's part of their gimmick. It was like... And they've built that reputation over years. But that wasn't just their gimmick, They had things outside of that. But like I said, with Finn, honestly, can someone tell me what is his gimmick apart from painting up like a demon once every month for like a pay-per-view? I don't... Right. Like, what is the gimmick for Finn Balor?
I wish I had a better answer. I know... I think I am with the unpopular opinion that I liked the idea that they brought out the demon on Raw instead, because there are a lot of people who watch the weekly programming who don't know who the hell this guy is.
Yeah, they don't watch NXT, and they're like, this guy's been forced in the main event, and they're like, okay, why is he a big deal? And then they kind of chucked their big money. There's 3 million
people watching Raw every week, right? There's only 1.5 million subscribers to the WWE Network, so right off the bat, that's at least half of the people who watch on a weekly basis probably don't know who this guy is.
Yeah.
And don't have a reason to get invested. Although, based on what we're talking about, they still really don't have as much of a reason. Yeah, he's an incredible worker, he's an incredible athlete, but they shouldn't get behind him because he's got cool paint on. They should get behind him because they want to see him win.
I feel like it's very unpopular because he's a huge internet star, but for me it's very much like, oh wait, so you're telling me that people would start loving Apollo Crews if he started painting himself? Do you know, we know they're both great workers, but Finn just paints himself. That's what everyone's waiting for, is the once a month, the pay-per-view, when he comes out and does his weird crawling entrance, which is fine, but there's nothing outside of that. He is just I guess some people would argue with me and say what's Sami Zayn's gimmick? Well, I feel it's weird, but I don't know how to describe it. But Sami Zayn has character outside of Sami Zayn has character.
He's like the picture perfect lovable underdog.
Yeah, he's the now Daniel Bryan, I guess.
Yeah, in a sense, yeah.
But with Finn Balor, it's like, okay, he's a good wrestler. We know this. So what's his gimmick? And then like, if someone told you, oh, he paints himself once a month, that's what?
That's the general gist of it.
If he did it every time he came out, that might be a bit more to understand, but he doesn't do it a lot. But yeah, that's honestly all I have to say about Finn Balor versus Rollins.
So Balor fights through the injury, kicks out of a pedigree, ends up hitting the coup de grace, and becoming the first ever Universal Champion. And regardless of what happened the next night, he will go down in the history books as the first person to hold that championship.
Yeah. So it was an alright match. Nothing special, but it wasn't bad.
It was it was, the match was fine. I called the finish from a mile away.
Yeah. They wouldn't have the Demon lose his first match. We knew that.
No, not at all.
And like
the crowd being split 50-50 too. Yeah. When they weren't shitting on the championship, it was kind of back and forth, which was nice.
Yeah, it was like let's go Balor, let's go Rollins. It was fine. But quickly before we move on to the last two matches, the build-up kind of annoyed me as well. Like they're doing all this stuff about like talking about basically they did what like Apollo Crews when he joined the main roster. He said, "Oh, Dusty Rhodes gave me this name." Like, okay, so are they breaking like the kind of reality that that's not his name?
I feel like they've been doing that quite a bit, like with mention, because of course Rollins also mentioning that Finn Balor's not his real name.
Yeah,
like they've been doing that quite a bit, and it makes like where do they want to draw the line with what
is real and what is wrestling?
The kayfabe.
Like, aren't we supposed to think that he is Finn Balor? Like,
yeah.
Like next, Seth will be like, "Ha, that's not my real name. I was known as Tyler back in the day." Like that's when Ryback. Remember when Ryback last year?
I know that they're not gonna. No one's gonna call Balor Prince Devitt.
Yeah,
but
it's weird. It's like, yeah, I don't get it. The build-up was really weird.
Or no one's gonna call. I mean, why would you just go off and say that? Oh, Apollo Crews isn't his real name. Well,
like what's that got to do with anything? Yeah.
So Uha Nation wasn't his real name either. Like.
Yeah, like what we get.
That doesn't mean you have to be like explaining. Like, oh, next thing it's gonna be. Oh, John Cena is not even his real name. Yeah. John means this, and he was called Cena because of this.
John Cena is.
It's not necessary.
Yeah. It was just really weird. The whole build up.
Was it as weird as the KFC commercial with Ziggler and The Miz?
Oh, don't even start. Why'd they have that on the show? Like, how
do you think those people were really chanting KFC, KFC, KFC?
Oh yeah, fuck! I forgot to mention during the Dean Ambrose Dolph Ziggler match, they were all chanting, "We want Sanders," weren't they? Or "We want the Colonel." Sorry, as in like as in the KFC guy that he dressed up as and beat the Miz on a dark match.
Didn't they also at some point during the show chant "We want Slater"? Yeah, it was during the next segment.
Yep. We want Slater.
So, the next match wasn't a match.
and I'll be honest, what happened between Rusev and Roman Reigns? I actually liked that if it was on Raw, maybe.
It felt backwards. Like, that should have happened on Raw, and the match should have happened at SummerSlam.
Yeah.
Because their match on Raw was like over 20 minutes. It was solid.
But basically what happened in this was Rusev attacked Roman Reigns during his entrance, so he didn't even get time to... The bell didn't ring. They kicked the shit out of each other.
And Roman's a Samoan badass, so he's not going to take that. So they start fighting on the outside. Chair gets involved eventually. Roman Reigns gets the upper hand and beats the shit out of him.
Yeah. And I actually started feeling like, even if I didn't love Rusev, I'd feel sorry for Rusev.
How is this not supposed to build sympathy for Rusev at this point?
Yeah.
He attacked him beforehand, but then he was massacred. And then, so he's lying there injured, refusing help, finally gets to his feet, and then gets hit with a thunderous spear.
I've got to be honest, I don't know if I'm one of the few, but I feel like they're actually booking Roman Reigns very right now.
I actually like it. I don't know if the fans are going to stay liking it, and I think
Mid-card,
Martin, if you're listening, I know you're not a fan.
mid-card or
Of
like
Reigns.
yeah, like
but
mid-card or upper-card. I feel like this is what they should have done the whole time. I don't want Roman Reigns talking about like fucking cereal or sucker and succotash, like fucking Looney Tunes shit. We want Roman Reigns doing what he looks like he's built to do. Fucking kill people. I just want this guy coming out in his weird riot armor shit to fucking beat people up, do the spear he did fucking at SummerSlam.
Which looked awesome, by the way. When he gets a full running start down the whole ramp, it looks like it could actually cut someone in half.
Like the one he did against Triple H before WrestleMania. When he beat down the whole like League of Nations and Triple H.
Right.
Oh, when he is just killing people, that's what Roman is. We don't need him talking. We just want Roman Reigns to do his huge moves, and that's part of my problem with his in-ring stuff. He's fine in the ring. I don't have a problem.
He's actually put together most of the stuff he's done. He's got tons of great matches.
Yeah, but my only problem is his signature and finisher are both corner moves. So you see him go to the corner a lot. It just feels like, why do they have to why does he have to cock his fist and then punch the floor in the corner? And then why does he have to go to the corner again straight after to hit the spin?
Although a lot of times when it comes to that spear, when it's not hit from the corner, it's also, you can see it. Well, that's one of the problems I have. It should be an out of nowhere move, but a lot of times
it's too, you can read
instead of him hitting it, he ducks a clothesline and then bounces off the ropes and then hits.
When it hits spear,
it's so much of a better move when it comes out of nowhere. Like Survivor Series, I don't know if it was 2014, that match where he eliminated 4 people. Rey Mysterio is going for 619, and then he just gets off the position and kills Mysterio. Yeah, but that's the kind of spear I want to see.
The spear you're on about, where he ducks the clothesline, how many times?
Which is how he won the title at WrestleMania. It's how most of the matches end.
It's actually a really sloppy, slow, and non-impactful spear, and it looks really crap.
How do they not see it coming?
Yeah, it's really bad. But yeah, like you said, I want spears to be like the ones he hit on Rusev. Or they're saying that Rusev stares at him for like a good 5 seconds before he hits the spear, so that doesn't really help Rusev look good. But the spears do need to be out of nowhere. Like, I don't know, someone could go for a top rope move, and he could actually, no, saying that, because when someone's technically in quotations spears someone from the top rope, they pretty much just stand there and have them jump into their shoulder. But spears definitely need to be more out of nowhere. Like, I definitely agree.
One more note before moving on is the crowd was chanting for Slater. It was before the big spear. It was when Rusev was first getting up. They wanted Slater to come out and maybe challenge him to a title match or something. Which I wasn't thinking that at all, but when they started chanting that, I was like, you know what, that'd be pretty cool, but it wouldn't make sense with the program that's going on.
Yeah, I do love current.
So I knew it wouldn't actually happen.
I do love this current Heath Slater stuff, though.
It's pure magic.
He is over as
don't
fuck.
Screw it up.
He's over.
He's Sandow type over right now.
Yeah,
people are chanting for him the whole on a show where he's not on.
But we can talk about that in the SmackDown segment part of this shebang. But should we get to the fantastic 10 out of 10 best main event ever in the world?
Almost. I want to see. I just hope at some point Reigns accidentally spears Lana.
Oh. Oh, imagine that.
That would get people to go, holy shit.
Yeah, I'm down for that, actually. I love Lana, but yeah, I'd see that. But yeah.
Now then, with my weird desires out of the way, we move on to I guess we're supposed to call it a main event.
Yeah. We knew what was going to happen going in. We knew Lesnar was going to win because Lesnar seems to always win now. He's been...
A small part of me was like, just please. But we all knew that one RKO was not enough to take him to Viperville.
That was the whole...
What was Viperville?
They tried selling one RKO as a device to beat fucking Brock Lesnar, no.
First of all,
ever since
when
he's come
he hit
back,
that RKO on Raw out of nowhere, you know how long it took Brock to get up? Like 5 seconds.
yeah.
He was on his feet at the end of that.
Like, we know that fucking since Brock's come back, he's been built to be unbeatable. But like
Literally
one RKO,
yeah.
one RKO is not going to do that. It's not going to take down the beast. It wasn't really a match. It was more like the same old. Okay, here we go. Suplex City. I think it was 6 or 7 German suplexes. And then
I thought it was interesting how it started. Normally, every match, Brock, when he hears the bell, it's like Festus, where he just like launched himself.
Yeah, he runs
this time
into
he was like a little bit more cautious.
He actually looked like he was the underdog. Like he was kind of like jumping around, like if he was like the smaller guy, kind of like waiting for Randy to go on the attack.
Yeah, he was waiting for Randy to make a move instead of just pouncing on him like a lion.
Yeah.
And those German suplexes were probably the safest, most unconvincing German suplexes I've seen him use, and I don't know if it was to protect Randy.
You want to see a good
because of his history of shoulder injury, but
you want to see a good German suplex? Go to the Cruiserweight Classic and see Tozawa's.
Oh Jesus!
Fucking hell, that's a German suplex, my friend.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean the match was a Brock Lesnar match. Randy got a few surprise.
There was a good spot early where he went for the RKO and he almost hit it, but he got dropped, and that's when he starts hitting the suplexes. I think he hit like 8 of them.
Yeah.
And of course the crowd was having fun, counting along.
I think the only moves Randy really hit were 2 RKOs.
Yeah, well, okay, so after being dominated for the most part, Brock just throws him through the SmackDown announce table.
Yeah.
And then he tries to do it again on the Raw one, and he gets an RKO. I was hoping the table would break, but RKOs usually don't break the table. But then he brings him back in, hits him with the DDT from the ropes. He hits another RKO, and then Lesnar kicks out. Lines up for the punt awkwardly because Brock was in the wrong position for it, so that he could pop up with the right shoulders lined up for the F5. Orton kicks out of that. Brock takes his gloves off and then just forgets what company he works for.
That's the best way I've heard anyone describe it. Yeah, so he takes his gloves off like he usually does.
You can see the exact elbow that he used to bust him open.
Yeah.
Like there's one specific one that bashed his head open, required 10 staples to seal that. It actually scared me.
Yeah, it did,
because
at that
there
point,
was a big pool of blood.
I honestly thought at that point he was going against what was scripted, and he just started doing that.
Yeah.
I mean, apparently it is scripted that he was supposed
that was the planned finish, but that it was more severe than they had intended.
Yeah, they didn't mean for there to be blood.
I think it was when Randy got to the arena that night, they pulled him aside and were like making sure he was okay with the finish, because they were like, okay, Brock knows how to graze someone with his elbow to purposely make them bleed.
Yeah.
Are you okay with this? And he was like, yeah. But it wasn't supposed to be that much blood, and that was probably the most uncomfortable I felt since Orton and Cody Rhodes had a street fight about 4 years ago, and Orton busted Cody's head open with the ring bell. And blood was gushing everywhere, and he kept beating him up after that.
It feels like even I know it would break the whole point, but Brock Lesnar should have just stopped. He should have just stopped.
And, yeah, he kept hitting him. Kudos to Orton for not only taking that, willing to be the guy who got crushed, willing to make it look like he had just been killed, and then to keep getting beat on after that.
Yeah, it was uncomfortable.
He could have. It's amazing he didn't have a concussion or really anything beyond 10 staples.
Yeah, and all while this was happening, the crowd were chanting Goldberg, but then my boy, fucking Brock Lesnar version 2.0 comes out, Shane McMahon gets up, is trying to check on Randy Orton, but guess what? Brock didn't let him get to Orton, so Brock F5s him, and then
Lesnar wants to do the playground game where he tries to... Shane tries to walk by and he just steps in his way, like, no.
Yeah.
Does it a few more times. Kudos to Paul Heyman for the way he was screaming.
Yeah, like, don't do it.
Good acting, Paul.
Yeah, he's always class. But I love the way that Shane he got hit with an F5, and literally about 5 seconds later, as Lesnar and Heyman walking down the ramp to end the show, Shane is already on his knees, turning around, looking shocked.
Randy sold the F5 better than a 46-year-old man did.
Yeah.
Who isn't supposed to be an active wrestler anymore.
Like, Shane McMahon honestly looked like he wasn't really affected with an F5. Like,
I get it. He's been put through some shit.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean he should be, like, getting up almost as quick as Lesnar does from an RKO.
Yeah. That's... nothing about this match or this segment did anything to help anybody.
Yeah, and even better news, apparently this Shane McMahon-Lesnar thing isn't over. Woohoo. Which means I imagine Shane will probably bring Goldberg in for, like, Survivor Series or some shit.
Something.
Yawn. So,
they got their best matches of the show out of the way before the first couple hours.
The first half was the better half.
And then they ended it. The last two matches were a non-match. And then this was less than 10 minutes, right?
Yep. It was 11 minutes, but obviously it had all the stuff going on at the end, which took the time. So. Yeah,
like he was down probably unconscious for like 2 minutes before they finally said ring the bell.
Yeah.
Awkwardly. So yeah, if they wanted people to go home happy, they need to reevaluate. I don't know who the writers are.
Well, yeah, you look at the last three matches of this show, right? Last three matches, Universal Championship. The fans booed the belt the entire match, or most of it. The match after that was, for some reason, it wasn't. That's also didn't help the fact that the United States didn't perform the main event, but that wasn't even a match. So then the fans were like, okay, we're going to actually see some wrestling. And then they got Brock Lesnar and Randy Orton to close the show. It's just like, oh, okay.
And I get it was probably because of two things. One, they wanted that moment to have impact, and I think they just misfired. They obviously didn't get what the crowd wanted to see. But also, they didn't want to put a particular brand's match last to kind of show superiority.
Yeah.
If they had the Universal title match be the main event, that would have been like them straight away saying Raw is still more important than SmackDown.
Yeah, definitely.
So they did the Raw versus SmackDown match. Okay, sure, but they just completely misfired.
Yeah.
Honestly, the highlight of the night was what you see on your screen right there, AJ Styles' hand being raised in victory. I think everything after that was just okay.
It was a bit of a slug to. It just felt like you were kind of crawling through the rest of the show. The fans weren't really with it, and the matches weren't even half the time matches. There was something bigger going on rather than the match itself,
Yeah. So it was still a good. I'd say it was a good SummerSlam. It was between decent and good, but it just could have been so much better.
Yeah, as one of the big four, it should have been really, but.
Whereas half the segments felt like they should have been saved for just a Raw or SmackDown.
Yeah. But, talking about Raw and SmackDown, should we get to Raw?
Sure. Right after IP again.
Cool. I mean, these Raw and SmackDown won't be as long.
Chances for intermissions, yeah.
Yeah, Raw and SmackDown won't be too long, because obviously, they are the smaller shows, and
right.
The matches aren't going to have as much to talk about, so we can probably get the Raw and SmackDown done combined within an hour, rather than talk about.
I think so, yeah.
Because
I think TakeOver actually took the longest.
TakeOver was over an hour. SummerSlam was just over an hour as well. So I reckon we could do this in about half an hour, an hour tops. The last two,
especially since some of the stuff we've kind of already alluded to, as far as what happened like on the future shows.
Yeah, we've already talked about, so we won't have to go into as much. And it's also nearly 2 a.m., so...
Excellent.
So my eyes are starting to get blurry, like that time I spelled toast in my eyes, somehow.
Was that the infamous breadcrumb night?
Yeah, me and you were playing games, and It was warm and sweaty. It was like 3
And then
a.m. I was
You
tired.
try to
and
wipe
then,
the sweat from your eyes. You grabbed a napkin.
which
It
had
had crumbs on it.
yeah toast crumbs that I'd eaten toast off literally about 2 minutes before.
I think that video is up somewhere.
Yeah,
I think it was like it was at the end of that recording session.
It was a Brawlhalla or something like that. But
I think it was Doom.
oh, fuck, it was. Yeah, Doom online, which we need to do more of, but we'll get to that.
It's been a while, huh?
Yeah, we'll do more of that soon.
Yeah.
But yeah, enjoy your piss.
I will.
And
Be right back, everybody.
yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Kinshasa!
He done that shit again. Oh dear.
Here he is.
Here we go. But yes.
Yeah, join us next time.
Yeah, you should join us.
So guest.
Yeah. And obviously there won't have so much to talk about either, which would be, I think, nice to... obviously you don't have to be sitting there with someone for so long if you feel like they're gonna get. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Like if they're gonna, for example, if we have a guest on during like a pay-per-view weekend, then having 3 people talk for that long could be like, hard to understand what's going on.
Yeah,
because it can be quite long and stuff, and it can get confusing if people start trying to not purposely talk over each other, but it does become a bit of a mess.
Right. At that point.
All I have to do is look back on my gaming channel and look at any of my videos of Brawlhalla or anything, and yeah. But yeah, do you want to crack on with Monday Night Raw?
Sure.
Cool. I finished watching Raw within an hour after skipping most of it. Yeah, I skipped most of it too, Martin. I honestly don't blame you. But yeah, it's good to see Cena putting people over finally. Yeah, I agree. I'm glad AJ won. So let's crack on with Mick Foley Raw.
So Raw opens up straight away with news that Finn Balor has to relinquish his Universal Championship, and they replay the kind of gruesome spot over and over again, and including in slow motion and close up.
Yeah, stuff like that.
Thanks,
really,
guys.
Yeah, stuff like that really does just kind of makes me feel a bit sick, a bit sick in the stomach seeing stuff like that.
It was a good opening promo from Balor about like what the title means to him and what the experience meant to him. Thanking the fans, thanking Rollins for giving him the match of his life. He said,
the one thing that bothers me about this is he smiled through all of it. I'm like, you got to show some emotion. Like, be pissed off. You just won it, and now you got to get rid. Like Daniel Bryan looked like he was going to cry every time he had to relinquish a title, and Finn is just like Finn is just doing the white version of Apollo Crews.
And then I don't like that he didn't get to hand the title over. Let him keep his damn dignity. Yeah, don't have Foley regretfully take it from him. Have him hand it over.
Like he respects it that he's got to give it up. But no, Mick kind of just like he didn't really feel like he felt like he'd finished what he was saying, and Mick just kind of slowly walked over. That's just
gonna get people to boo Mick.
Yeah, he just walked over and just kind of took the belt. I'm like, fuck, Jesus.
Like he was taking his puppy out of his hands to put him down.
Yeah, it was very weird.
And then Balor, he was leaving, and Rollins comes out, gets some good heat, spot on good heel. Obviously thinks that he's entitled to the championship, thinks it should be given to him because he's the number one draft pick. He's the face of Raw.
He's the man.
The man.
Yeah, I said
he's interrupted
by everyone.
By Sami Zayn.
Which was a nice surprise.
Chris Jericho. Kevin Owens, they came out separately. Then Enzo and Cass, which kind of threw me off a little bit. Yeah. Because this was about the main championship. Roman Reigns to all boos. The fans chanted, "We want Slater," which is what I was hoping for.
And they basically all just put their name forward and said that they should be winning the title. I'm thinking, well, one, Enzo and Cass are a tag team who lost the night before. I'm not sure how that works. Yeah, it's Cass who gets put into a match. Like, oh, Enzo must be thinking, well, clearly I'm valued highly here in WWE.
It's like, well, Enzo must be like, well, then I'm fuck all then. Like, yeah. What are you trying to say?
Jericho and basically, it's weird because like the first match of the night is Zayn versus Rollins. Love both guys, but we know every day Rollins is going over Zayn because he does every time he has
to begin with. Yeah, Sami Zayn has had several matches against Rollins and he's never won. This one, there's as far as Rollins, I know this wasn't legit. This time it was not an actual injury, but Sami Zayn appearing to hurt his hamstring or something coming off the ropes, and so they sell the leg injury for that match. It ends up costing him in the end. When he goes for the haluva kick, I saw that finish coming about 10 minutes before it actually happened.
Yeah.
But it
was a good match, but
so all these guys they went into the ring saying they deserve to be the champion. So basically the two authority figures are like, okay, and they put them all in a series of number one contender matches, and it's like, what?
I feel like there's no
So
creativity.
what? Just like that? They're all deserving?
I feel like there's no creativity in building a contender anymore, because every time this sort of thing happens, they're just like, as long as someone comes out and says something, they pretty much get a shot. Like, why doesn't fucking literally anyone just come out? Why doesn't fucking, I don't know, Jinder Mahal walk out and be like, I'm deserving, and he'll get a shot?
Right.
If it's that's, they paint it as if it's that easy.
As if anyone can do it.
Yeah.
So why didn't more people come out?
Yeah. Oh, thanks for being here, Brennan.
Where was the New Day? You know, like what?
Yeah. Thanks, Brennan. Yeah, we're doing our best to make it a good show.
Thank you very much.
You've been here a long time. Fucking hell, thank you.
Yeah, geez, how long have we been on? We've been on for over 3 hours now.
Yeah, it's been a while.
You were here for most of it. Jeez.
But yeah, sorry, carrying on with the show. It's just like there's no logic, there's no creativity to building a worthy contender for a belt.
Right.
You just come out and say some shit. But yeah, so in a pretty good match, obviously you can expect that from Zayn and Rollins. Zayn loses as expected.
Plays the plucky underdog to perfection.
Yeah, he always gets the chance to almost be in a title match, but he never quite gets there. But yeah, so that not much to say. We've already discussed this sort of thing earlier on. He hits obviously another Michinoku driver, according to Cole. Blue Thunderbomb. The next match can really confuse me. Neville, at no point did Neville come out and say he deserved a shot, but yet he was in a match against Kevin Owens, who actually did come out and said
he was the only one in the contendership matches that didn't come out, right?
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah, so. He was the only one. Yeah.
What the hell?
He just gets given a title.
Oh no, Rusev didn't come out either, though.
Oh yes, that's true.
But at least him being in there makes more sense. Neville was on the pre-show the previous night.
Yeah, and Neville's not been valued too highly, or not been put in prominent positions lately. You know, where
this
Rusev
is another one.
Well,
I don't think he's ever really been put in a proper position.
No.
Other than a couple close calls when it comes to winning championships. Like when I think his second match, he challenged Rollins for the belt.
Yeah.
The match was amazing last year.
I remember that, yeah.
Or 2 years ago. And this was another match where it's like, who really thought Neville was going to go over?
Against Kevin Owens, yeah.
And of course, Jericho comes out and causes some distractions. He attempts the red arrow a few times, which, by the way, the first time he really had him prone and he had him dead to rights on the top rope, he does that other move where it's kind of like a spiraling sort of flip, but he could hit the red arrow, but he chooses not to. He chooses to hit a move that won't do it.
That is a bit weird, yeah.
And you can tell Michael Cole wants to call it the red arrow, but he can't because it's not the red arrow. I mean, and he can catch himself in time.
Yeah, I do hope in the future, though, Neville does get valued high, because he is a fucking incredible talent, especially being able to like deadlift German suplex a guy like Kevin Owens.
That was amazing.
Yeah.
I don't care if he's put in the cruiserweight division or if he's in something even more important. I want them to actually do something with him.
Yeah, to be honest, even if he's put in a tag team with Sami Zayn for a bit, because it was random on the SummerSlam kickoff, but I'd be happy with that for a while. I mean, they're doing Kevin Owens, Jericho. They're two main event talented guys who are in a mid-card tag team. So
right.
But yeah, so that's two matches out of the way that you expected to go that one way. And then
I liked that, once again, this is actually the second time Owens has won a match with the Torture Rack neck breaker.
Yeah.
He won a match against Cesaro a few months ago with that. So it'll be good to use as like an alternative finisher, so he's not just a one-trick pony. I like it when guys have multiple ways of putting someone away.
Yeah, it's like... And obviously not the traditional, like they have one finisher and one submission. I like it when they have two like finishing moves.
Yeah.
But yeah, like
you don't see that often nowadays.
No. Like usually they'll have a move that will lead up to only one move that can get them a win.
Right. Like when's the last time Orton won anything other than with an RKO, and then things like the punt, it's like a running special move. I'm not talking like that, but like
Yeah,
like
actual
another
move.
clear-cut finisher.
Yeah,
Um,
and that's what Kevin Owens has with the spinning neck breaker thing.
like even though it's not the greatest example, like Big Show, for example, chokeslam, knockout punch,
Yeah,
really
that's
straightforward. Two ways of easily beating people.
Like Undertaker is probably my best example. He had the last ride, the choke slam, the tombstone, and
And he had a submission finisher too. Hell's Gate.
Hell's Gate. Yeah,
So-
like 4 or 5 different moves that actually could win the match. But
Who else can you say that about? Like,
no one really.
really, no one. Yeah.
Next match. Every time any of these guys are in a singles match, aka Gallows or Anderson, every time they're in a one-on-one match, they just get destroyed. I don't really get why we're meant to buy them as threats anymore. Basically, Big E kills Anderson.
He absolutely destroys Anderson. After they were interrupted while celebrating 365 days as champion, they had a unicorn pinata, and they were about to bust it open. It was
You
full of
forgot,
Bootios.
yeah. Fucking Big E came out with the bowl full of Bootios.
He didn't have like a ladle full.
Yeah, and he's scooping
Bootios?
them into fans' hands and stuff. I thought that was funny. But,
So it's announced basically that Anderson and Gallows will get a rematch for the tag team titles at some point since they technically won. Towards the end of the match, Gallows takes out Kofi and Xavier and almost causes the match to end, but then those two come to and just crush Gallows on the outside.
yeah.
And then Anderson gets squished like a bald fly.
By the big, voluptuous Big E.
The big gyrating ending.
Yes.
Anyways,
Well, that's pretty much it for that match. Next match.
that man has a very thick tongue.
He does. I love the man, though.
Mm.
Next segment, I don't even know if I want to bother talking about it.
The real deal Titus O'Neil?
Yeah.
Sure you don't want to talk about it?
Well, I liked him at the point last year when he was a face, and you're like, this guy could be like an upper.
He's got
upper
real,
mid
like,
card.
honestly, he's got real potential, at least as a solid face, being the charismatic.
Mid card.
First of all, he's got a lot of personality. They never really capitalized on being the whole Father of the Year thing.
Yeah. And
Like, he could have been a really good example setter.
And now he's a dickhead again.
Or like an ambassador, and now he's
an
talking
asshole.
about Darren Young being dead weight.
Beating up an old man.
Bob Backlund came out and Darren didn't, so he hits him with a scoop slam, I think, and then
Power slam.
Darren comes out and he gets hit. I will say, no one sells the Clash of the Titus like Darren does.
Yeah.
I wish he would hit it like that on other people instead of just lifting them up and putting them down.
Yeah, I mean, he's like we said, but he's got talent.
There's nothing that makes me believe that he will lose to Darren Young.
Yeah, he's clearly better.
The first time they tried this, he killed him.
This whole segment,
They better give him the badass theme music back.
Yeah, I hope so.
When he had his first heel run, the one thing that was awesome about him was the sick theme.
And then we get the same old shit.
Yeah, now it's back to primetime players.
Yeah, like this whole segment was just awkward and boring. The only time the crowd were awake was when Bob Backlund nearly got Titus in the chicken wing.
The only reason I was happy about the result of it was just because it made Titus look strong. Because that's something they need to do, but I think they're going about it the wrong way.
He needs to look strong, but not by beating up an old man and his former partner who no one has ever really cared about, to be honest.
Right.
Make Darren Young great again when he was never great in the first place, like Titus said.
Yeah.
You can't just force fans to get behind someone.
Right. And then afterwards,
moving on.
There was a Stephanie McMahon interview where she said there will be repercussions after Lesnar attacked Shane McMahon, and then come to find out, she fines Lesnar $500.
Ooh,
so
that purse must be on fire.
Mm-hmm. So obviously that's something that is going to develop, whether you like it or not.
Yeah. Probably not, but yeah.
And then Lana comes out in what has to be her 6th or 7th wedding dress. How many wedding dresses do you have? You had 2 weddings.
She's got a lot.
Stop pretending it's the same dress. It's not the same dress.
Maybe
I don't care that one of them was ruined by cake. First of all, use that Tide friggin' capsule thing that you keep showing on my YouTube ads. It seems to work out just great. It gets anything out.
But nope, we get...
Second of all, I don't care that he's the only man that can have you. I don't want you. Get over yourself.
I don't get that. Why she... I miss the old Lana. Like, obviously, when she was doing it, everyone wanted a different Lana. Everyone loved the Lana when she was with Dolph for a little bit, and then it got boring. I want the Lana, not necessarily in the suits or with a bun.
Right.
I want the Lana that is basically Rusev's manager and Rusev's mouthpiece. I don't want Lana to basically come out and just say, and he's the only one that could have me, Rusev. And that's literally all she offers now. She used to feel like she had like a control over him because she was like Rusev Crush. She was like controlling a monster. She used to feel like she was, part of Rusev's gimmick itself. Now she feels like she's just an accessory to Rusev.
Now, basically what she's coming out and saying, yes, I know I have a nice ass. You can't have it. Ha, I'm a female.
That's basically what it is.
I'm married. Take that. It's like, first of all, why are you trying to generate heat that way? That's not...
I don't like the fact that they get easy heat when they used to do the whole "We Hate America" thing, but they need to start doing that again.
Yeah, because it works.
Yeah,
it really does.
And yeah, it's just
even if it's against someone they don't want to cheer for, you know what? They'll still chant USA.
And I also keep forgetting that Rusev is the US champion. I just don't feel like he's got a program with anyone right now. And we'll talk about that in a sec. But
yeah,
when we get to
as far as speaking of which. Of course, coming in with the supposed rib injury after the
Rusev
big
kill.
Spear by Reigns. So he has a match with Big Cass. And first of all, this is another instance where Rusev's injured. So up until the end of the match, why is no one more sympathetic towards him? He's facing someone who's clearly bullying him.
Yeah, I mean, Big Cass is taking advantage. Rusev isn't being a heel in any way, really.
He's hitting him right on his tape, right where it hurts. And then he does the opposite of Sami Zayn instead of fighting. First of all, this doesn't make any sense either. There's a shot at the Universal Championship on the line. I don't care how ugly that belt is. I'm not walking away from a number 1 contenders match.
Yeah, you've got the chance to be the main champion.
You could hold both championships. Be the second person to ever do it.
Yeah. I get why Big Cass went over because they had that like anything can happen and the new era is finally here with someone from NXT not long ago is now in the main event scene, but it won't be there long. We know that he's in the main event. He's in that Fatal 4-Way next week on Raw for the Universal Championship to get pinned. We know this. Something
like that, yeah, or to get the big moves in at the end and then get screwed.
Yeah.
What else was it? Completely forgot what I was about to say. But right, when I was watching it, the whole time I was thinking it's gonna end in a count out. I think Rusev's gonna win by a count out. He's gonna get him caught up. Cass gonna go for a big boot and get caught on the barricade. Get a kick to the head. Rusev wins like a coward, but he gets to be in the match.
They want both of them to kind of go over. None of them taking a proper
Instead,
loss.
he just walks away.
Yeah, because he can't be arsed. But it's the opportunity for the WWE Championship. But then again, I thinking about it, Rusev does have this whole like I'm not sure if you can call it like a storyline, but there's like this thing where the start of the brand split, he was saying, "I am your champion." You don't need to make another championship. So he might just value himself as the top champion already.
Which actually makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Now I think about it, it's not so bad he walked out, but still, it's stupid that he did. But yeah,
after that
was Charlotte coming out to celebrate with Dana Tatty Bojangles. Dana Brooke.
Dana Brooke, I don't know how to feel about her. I feel like she's still a little bit too
Yeah,
green to be out there in the position she's in. But if she's in the position where she's going to be taking a lot of losses, and I don't know how good that is for her.
yeah, because obviously she's going to be used as the person that people beat to get to Charlotte.
Right.
I like her look, and I think she's an attractive woman. She's athletic.
As far as that goes, I think she's got a rocking body, but then her face looks like Botox City.
Yeah,
And that just kind of puts me off.
She's not too great on the mic either, or in the ring. I don't know why she got called. She got called up because Emma did. Like, let's be honest.
And they were going to continue their tag team on the main roster, and then
Emma
she got hurt. So yeah,
it makes me curious though. Is Emma going to come back as a face, not a goofy face, but as like this more badass I am a good wrestler face, and be like?
I thought she was kicking ass as a heel.
I loved it.
To be honest,
I loved the heel Emma. It was awesome. The accent.
It's amazing how well she transitioned into that just by putting on darker makeup, putting on sunglasses, and altering the theme slightly.
I guess it's very similar to Alexa Bliss, though. From someone who was clearly going nowhere as a face because they're boring and they're
literally a bubbly face.
Yeah, too silly.
So,
and now they're like badass for heels. Yeah. But yeah, Charlotte's saying, hurrah, I'm the champ, no one can beat me. Sasha's poo. And then Mick comes out and he's like, "Oh, we've decided the hottest free agent." So
first of all, that's Heath Slater.
Yeah, I honestly thought that Heath Slater was going to come out at that point.
And he's going to challenge you, Charlotte, for the WWE Women's Championship.
Yeah. Oh, I'd cry if that happened. Obviously, he'd lose.
Here in Brooklyn, New York.
Thumbs up. Obviously, Heath would lose if that would ever happen, but.
Yeah. Unfortunately.
Yeah, but
yeah. But I think everybody already knew that Bayley was going to come out, but judging from their reactions, because they were already chanting for her. But it was still really cool to see her.
Yeah.
I thought she was all right. I felt a little more natural for her on the mic than Charlotte, because sometimes Charlotte just feels like a robot to me.
Yeah, she's very it's very the same thing.
Kind of like Charlotte's kind of like Cass in that they can be good, but they literally sound like a robot sometimes.
Yeah. Oh, big Cass, definitely, yeah. But the thing with Bayley is, like, her speech felt genuine. She was happy she was there. She knew she'd worked hard to get there, and she's pretty much straight in. She's doing the Finn Balor. She's straight into like the main title picture.
Right.
Some would say that's being rushed, and it's not fair that they can get put straight into it, but. They've been working their ass off for a long time, and they do deserve.
Oh yeah.
That, but then again, they have a connection with the crowd and stuff. And they have a marketable look. But then you think about it, people like Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens still not champions, whereas Finn has been in his first month on the main roster, and Sami, and especially Kevin Owens, hasn't been. Who we'll talk about later on in a Fatal 4-Way next week, who I think should win, and I hope he does. But yeah, obviously Bayley's like, okay, I get to challenge you for your championship, but of course we get Bayley versus Dana Brooke. Right.
Which was a good way, I guess, to introduce her to the people who hadn't seen her compete.
Makes you question why would Charlotte always hang around with someone who's just going to keep losing, though? If she sees herself as such a winner, why have someone like Dana around?
Just to potentially... I don't even think it's because she's any good. It's just to, like, potentially cause a distraction at the end of a match.
I hope Dana does get better, though, because she's got the right look for what she's doing. So.
Yeah, isn't she like an actual bodybuilding champion?
Yeah, she's...
Or something like that?
Yeah, she's competed and stuff. Yeah. But yeah, obviously, Bayley wins, and that's that. So I imagine Bayley will get a title shot soon.
At some point, maybe at Clash of Champions.
And then next we get my favourite man. No, it's not Braun Strowman. It's the man, Johnny Knockout. I like big sweaty men.
But wait. What about Sheamus's interview with this beautiful slicked back mohawk?
Oh my god.
The interview was forgettable, but that slick mohawk.
Oh yes, it's beautiful.
But yeah, Johnny Knockout. I like big sweaty men.
Chance of what was it? Chance of Let's Go Jobber. I think we're going through this match. Because I think there's only so many times they can do the Braun Strowman Nia Jax killing someone until.
Well, what they need to do if they're going to keep doing local competitors is go with handicap matches,
like when they did with Ryback when he first joined.
What they did with Ryback, yeah. Maybe even have him. First of all, even if these segments were to bore you, you gotta admit Strowman's finisher is actually really cool.
Oh,
the reverse choke slam.
Actually, that also gives me hope that they're going to make him the next big monster, because obviously the monsters of the past, as in Big Show, Kane, Undertaker, all would use the choke slam, whereas it's a new era, it's a new monster, he's going to use a new version of an old destructing move, the reverse choke slam, which actually looks better. Right now,
that's really the best thing about him, until they figure out what they want to do.
I actually like Strowman as a whole. I kind of wish they kept the whole Wyatt family together, but now he's on his own. That kind of proves that the WWE are putting something big on him if they put him separate to the rest of the members. They've got big plans for him. But yeah, either handicap matches, or he needs to start just coming out and just like killing faces, or even just attacking face and heels, just taking out anyone for no reason.
Right.
Just because he knows he can.
I liked also what happened after the match. I don't know if this is meaningful development or at all, but hitting him with another move. I can't remember the name of it. But
it's his old finishing move.
It's his old finisher, and then making the ref count to 3 again.
Yeah.
Which kind of reminded me of Big E's 5-count gimmick. So destroying people to the point where he just kills them twice.
Yeah, I like that.
That could be an interesting little development. Like, he's so superior that he can beat. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, he can beat anyone any amount of times.
Yeah.
But yeah, as expected, obviously he wins. It's another squash.
Eventually, they're gonna have to actually make this mean something or lead to something.
Yeah.
Otherwise, as I've said on Twitter, it's just building up to a big match between Braun Strowman and Nia Jax, whose squash matches are almost identical.
Yeah.
And they're doing the same thing on the same exact show.
Yeah.
So when those two fight, I will be interested.
Who will beat who? Nia Jax, Braun Strowman.
I'm not like most girls. Neither am I. Like.
Oh, they end up just like braiding each other's hair and shit. Oh. And then we had something that was kind of weird. The Dudley Boys. The
retirement of the Dudley Boys.
And I thought it was like building to like a one last hurrah feud. But apparently that is actually it. That's their contract done. That is it. And why we sound surprised is because
they talked about how. Look, first of all, it was nice that they
mentioned the
kind of ignored the fact that they've been heels, and they actually showed genuine appreciation for the fans supporting them through all of this time, even though this last one wasn't great. Bringing up some of the legendary matches, saying, like, in a business where you don't get to choose how you go out, we're choosing to go out. And then ultimately having that ripped out from under them. First of all, Primo and Epico coming out offering them tickets to Puerto Rico. The shining star of the Caribbean.
A lot of people... here's the thing. A lot of people will shit on them because they're a boring rehash gimmick over and over again, right?
Mm-hmm.
But, like, they've only had, like, 2 matches since they've come back.
They're good in the ring if they let them.
I was going to say, because their first match back, I can't remember if they went against Jobbers or not, as the first match as the Shining Stars.
There was a couple of local competitors, yeah.
Yeah, they actually looked really good as a team, and their finishing move looked fucking awesome.
Yeah.
But everyone shits on them because
then it was another month or so before they faced Enzo and Cass, and lost. They lost because of Pokemon Go.
Yeah.
Like, really?
Oh, God.
And then, so, Primo and Epico get taken out. There's a massive, one more, it kind of looks like it's going to be a send-off. They do get to go out their own way. They're going to put one more person through a table. But they're attacked by Anderson and Gallows.
Which makes no sense, in my opinion.
Bubba's taken out with a magic killer outside the ring, and Devon's put through a table with a magic killer inside. And people thought this would lead to a match with Anderson and Gallows, but nope, they're just this is the last time you'll ever see them in a WWE ring, at least
for now.
At least for now, unless they have a one-off match later on down the road.
A lot of people think that Gallows and Anderson did it to just like try and send a message to the New Day, but then that doesn't make sense if the New Day don't actually come out to help.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, so the only reason they really came out was to establish dominance and beat someone up just for the sake of doing that, which is what they should have been doing.
But it's not connected to their current feud, so it didn't make sense.
Right.
And it's just a weird way to say...
It happened, but it didn't have there was no reason for this to happen other than to just make them look fearsome.
Exactly. It's just, I don't know, it's... And it's not really any way you want to say goodbye to the Dudleys. Like, you know, it made very little sense to me. I don't know. But yeah, that was a bit of a weird moment of the night. And
then, are you ready to get back to the usual Monday Night Raw formula?
Yeah, main event.
Reigns wins? Is that what they call it?
Yeah, I think so. Because it was Jericho.
Well, too bad. You have no choice.
Jericho versus Roman Reigns. The winner goes into the last spot in the Fatal 4-Way next week on Raw.
Before the match, there was another funny promo with Tom Phillips interviewing Jericho and Owens. They were kind of ended up arguing about like what would happen.
Who was going to be champion?
If they're when they're both in the Fatal 4-Way match for the Universal Championship, a match that I think Kevin Owens is going to win. I didn't think so before, but I will talk about that shortly. As far as this match, if you thought there was a chance that Chris Jericho was going to pin Roman Reigns, you are sort of mistaken.
Yeah, it wasn't going to happen. This is the new era's John Cena we're talking about here. This is the guy who for the next 10 years is going to be the new John Cena. He's going to be kicking out at 2. He's going to be having a big poo on your shoe. He's going to be spearing you through the wall. And he's going to be sucker and succotash.
Of course, he gets late in the match, he gets planted with a code breaker. But guess what? Jericho's exhausted. It takes him 15 seconds to crawl into the cover. Oh, Reigns kicked out. How'd he do that? I guess he took too long. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's so
I don't mind. I think I don't care that Reigns won. I was kind of glad that he did because what's gonna happen next week is Rusev is going to cost Reigns the match when it looks like he's about to win.
That's what I wanted to talk about. We're gonna finally build back on the Rusev and Roman Reigns.
So at the end of that match, I'm assuming it's going to main event the show. I'm guessing at the end of that match, Reigns is going to be setting up for a spear on whoever, because it doesn't matter, because if he hits it, he wins. And Rusev is going to come in. There's no disqualifications in a Fatal 4-Way, so those two will probably fight up the ramp down around the arena. Someone else will take advantage. I think, honestly, as far as next week goes, of course, it's easy to say, oh, it's probably going to be Rollins. Reigns has his rivalry with Rusev. They're not going to put it on Cass, and you don't trust them to put it on Owens. So you'd think Rollins, but...
That's too safe an idea. I feel like because we've had Rollins as champion for nearly the whole of
We've had the Shield as WWE champion for a couple of years now. I think at least one of them has been in every single match for the championship the last couple of years.
So I feel like you said,
including 2 where all 3 of them were in the match.
Yeah, I feel like the same. It's too like I love Rollins, but I feel like it'd be too stupid if they just put it straight back on him and just go with the same old and say, okay, we know he can deliver. We're safe putting it on him. I feel like they kind of have to put it on Owens. People have been wanting it for a long time. Like you said, they're not going to put it on Cass because it's way too soon. It wouldn't make sense.
Yeah.
And Roman's still going to get killed by Rusev, hopefully, or kill each other actually. But
the thing is, before Balor got hurt, so their plan was to have, you remember hearing about how Balor's first rivalry was supposed to be against Jericho?
Yeah.
That was going to be the first title match. That was going to happen at Clash of Champions had he not gotten hurt, and then they were going to do a screwy finish. I'm always on the dirt sheets, so I read this kind of stuff all the time. They were going to lead to there was going to be like some sort of screwy finish where Kevin Owens. Oh no. I think it was actually going to be Balor versus Owens, and then Jericho would get involved, and then it was going to be a triple threat between the two at the next pay-per-view. So Kevin Owens was supposed to get the next shot at the championship, so I think he's going to become the champion instead, and that might start to cause a rift in the tag team. Might lead to someone turning face. I don't know. Jericho's too entertaining as a face. Jericho's too entertaining as a heel right now. Kevin Owens is too perfect as a heel.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense for either of them to be heel. So I mean face. Sorry.
They were just going to be safe and put it on Rollins. I honestly think it's going to be Kevin Owens.
Yeah, I hope it is, because I feel like it's hoping it is. It's a long. I mean, I love Rollins. I like Cass for who he is in the tag team, but he's not ever going to have the championship for a long time. Reigns, I like him too, but I love him and Rusev killing each other. So it has to be, like I said, I feel like it has to be KO.
Yeah,
because it's time now. It's the time. I feel like if he wins, it will solidify this new era that Mick Foley keeps talking about. As actually finally being here. So
right.
I mean, I'm not saying, Rollins is part of this era as well. He's not exactly old, but we've seen him as champion about 400 times lately.
You want to talk about Reigns being shoved down our throats. Rollins has been in the main event as long as Reigns has been.
He's been in there longer, I think.
People are finally, even longer, yeah.
Because he was in there since the Shield split up, whereas Roman was having feuds with people like fucking Big Show.
Right, immediately after the Shield split up, Rollins immediately won Money in the Bank. He immediately had high-profile matches. I know against Ambrose, the whole thing where he injured him with the cinder blocks and all that. So he's been at the forefront even longer than Reigns has.
Yeah.
And people are finally starting to get a little more sick of it.
Yeah. I think
they're going to start to turn on Rollins.
I think that's the whole thing, though, is what WWE starts losing interest when it's the same old stuff every week. Right. That's why I stopped watching in between 2008 and 2011. I just gave up those 3 years because it was so predictable. I mean, I wish I didn't, because that's literally around the time my favourite wrestler of all time, CM Punk, would then become the man that, we all know he was in the end. The talented, loudmouth that is good. But yeah, so I just don't want it to be predictable or anything anymore. I want a bit of mystery. That's why I kind of like Cass being in there, because it's like, holy shit, like the big guy from not Ryback, the tall man from the most popular tag team right now, or actually I'm not sure because the New Day is still quite big. But yeah, it's interesting that he's put in there so soon in his career, considering his lack of skills on the mic and he's talented in the ring, but we're not seeing a lot,
Yeah. Oh, also shout out to Chris Jericho for the little pirouette he did before getting speared by Reigns. When Reigns bounced off the ropes, Jericho decided to spin around just because to take up some time so he could turn around into a spear.
Yeah.
He spun around for no reason.
Good old Chris Jericho. May make mistakes in his veteran days, but he's still a class guy.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think that pretty much wraps up for Raw. I mean, like, really, what was there, Apart from after the main event, it wasn't anything, was there? So
yeah. I don't have much to say about anything regarding UFC, but I'm curious to see how Punk performs at UFC 203.
I think that's partly where my interest is, because obviously I've said it for now. Because
I don't really care about UFC, but I'm interested to see how that goes.
Yeah, like I've only said it a million times that he's my favorite of all time, but it's a mixture of that, plus I watched a bit of the McGregor-Diaz fight or whatever was going on the other day. And I just kind of liked it, like the way the fans get into it. I don't know, it's a different sport to obviously WWE, we know that, but
right.
I'm just kind of, I want to see if I can get into it. I want to watch a bit of it. I want to see if UFC is my jam. But yeah, I think I'll start with this CM Punk UFC 203 thing. But yeah. Whew, that's Raw. We've done 3 shows now. We've got
I feel like I was going to say one more thing, but I now cannot remember what it was.
Well, that's great.
That is awesome.
We might be able to remember.
I think it was Jericho related, but I cannot remember.
Something about the championship or
nope.
Current run?
Nope, I cannot remember.
That's cool. That's good, yeah.
It's not like I wanted to forget a talking point. That's okay.
Yeah,
that's okay, me. Way to go, me.
I mean, it's fine, right? I'm sure it's fine.
Oh yeah.
Now we can move on to SmackDown Live.
Or the AJ Styles show.
Yeah. Whereas Raw is the Kevin Owens show.
I mean, it kicked.
Why don't we talk about how SmackDown kicked off, which was still very confusing.
In the back,
Rhino I don't get it. Rhino was congratulating Apollo Crews on losing last night at SummerSlam?
Something like that. Eric Rowan was just standing there with the sheep mask on, with his head tilted. Baron Corbin was standing there being tall. Ziggler was just being pissed off.
It's weird.
AJ comes in and just taunts him.
In what world would Baron's probably stay in a room with anyone, because his whole thing is he's the lone wolf. He doesn't like being around people. Eric Rowan being there make no sense either, because he's kind of like a monster thing. But I guess he's not with Bray Wyatt anymore after what happened a few weeks ago on SmackDown. And the fact that Baron and Dolph were literally killing each other not long a few months ago, it's just like... And like faces and heels just share locker rooms now, and Rhino congratulates everyone who loses. And then AJ comes in with John Cena's armband on, bragging about his win, and he gets all up in Dolph's face and says, "Oh well, at least I won last night. You didn't, did you?"
And then Dolph with a blindside headbutt.
Yeah, he was like, "Holy shit! How dare you say that I lost the match? You are right."
Well,
but
yeah, AJ he's got the headband on, and he just leans in and whispers into Dolph's ear, "I don't like losers." And then he just headbutts him.
Yeah. That was a good impression of his his accent there.
Oh, thank you. That's the first time I've ever tried it.
I do love heel AJ though. It's perfect right now. So good. It's very well, everyone thought he wasn't that good a talker, but
Yeah, but once he got into promo battles with Cena, that completely changed.
Probably helped him going up against Cena, because he had to up his game. So, wait, what the fuck was the first match again? I watched it yesterday.
First match. Well, the first thing was they brought the tag teams and the women out to get a look at the new championships. The blue looks nice. These championships look nice. I like the blue and silver.
I like them both more than the ones that the Raw have, to be honest. Even the women's one, it pops more because it's got the blue on the red.
Yeah. Let's see. A huge Becky chant broke out, which was really cool. Both championships will be determined at Backlash. The women will be in a six-pack challenge. The tag teams start a tournament that night.
Yeah.
And then the hottest free agent,
oh my god,
Slater,
the pop he got,
baby,
bro. The pop
comes out, and he wants to challenge for the championships.
I love
Daniel
that.
Bryan tells him he's not really equipped for the women's championship.
And then he's like, "I know I'm not a woman."
I was talking about those tag team championships, which they say he's not well equipped for that either, because he doesn't really have any partner or friends.
So he has to look for a partner to tag with.
And you could tell that these guys were trying not to laugh.
Oh, they were loving it, yeah.
Yeah. So Bryan tells him if he can find a partner, he'll be in the tournament. And Shane tells him that the only way he'll get a SmackDown Live contract is if he wins the tournament and becomes the champion.
Which makes me a bit scared because I want Slater to be on SmackDown, baby! I love Heath Slater, but how can we know?
How that means he would have to go through American Alpha.
Yeah,
like, that's gonna happen. Like
that would happen at some point. Yeah,
unless the Usos. Here's my thought process. It just popped in my head. If the Usos and American Alpha face each other,
the Usos will win,
and the Usos end up turning heel.
Yeah, to win
and winning, then the Usos are in the championship match, and maybe American Alpha costs them, and Slater and his partner could actually win.
Yeah.
That actually just popped into my head.
Yeah, I like it, because I want Slater on SmackDown, baby!
Yeah, I would. Could be like a lovable underdog champion, too. I don't think it would be on the same level as Team Hell No as far as weird teams, but...
Yeah. It would have the same sort of effect. I think they know what they're getting.
Yeah. And before the segment even ended, AJ Styles comes out for no reason to brag about beating John Cena, and then Ziggler comes out and attacks him.
Ziggler's got fire now.
Breaking him up.
Ziggler's got a new fire in his loins.
It
Jesus
was nice
Christ,
to see...
Brennan is still awake. Fucking hell. Crazy bastard.
Damn.
I thought he went to sleep. Oh. But anywho, so yeah. Quick before we move on, who do you want to win the women's championship?
I feel like it would be too easy to say Becky. Of course, I want Becky to win.
Yeah, same.
But it wouldn't stun me if they went with someone like Natalya. Even though they shouldn't. I don't know if they're willing to risk it with Carmella yet.
No, they wouldn't do that. She's the weakest of the six, I'd say.
I wouldn't mind seeing...
Just don't put it on
Naomi
Nikki Bella.
feels like someone who could win, but probably won't, because where's the next story after that?
Yeah.
Even though she's never won it, despite all the times where she could have.
Her and Natalya have been arguing for no reason, though.
Perfect.
Yeah, that's a good way to build a story.
So I feel like anyone involved in a rivalry already probably won't win it. So Carmella and Nikki probably will cost each other. Same thing with anyone else who's having any particular problems, which leaves the door open for someone like Alexa Bliss.
Yeah,
so
I'm cool with that.
Who faced Becky in the first actual match on SmackDown that day, and ended up getting a solid win to kind of get a little bit of revenge after losing to Alexa Bliss on her birthday a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
Just clean submission win with the disarmer.
I feel like Becky would probably be
good match.
I feel like Becky would probably be the smartest.
I feel like Becky is owed that much.
Yeah,
she should be the first SmackDown Women's Champion.
She should be the face of that division. I like Nikki Bella. I like Nikki Bella, but I've already seen her as champion for 100 years. No. That's my answer to that. And we can discuss the tag team when we get to the later in the show, because obviously we need to know who Heath's partner is.
But speaking of which, after the match, he's walking around backstage, so he finds The Miz. He asks him if he wants him to be his partner, and he's talking like he's actually really into it. Come to find out, he's apparently on the phone with Steven Spielberg
to be Indiana Jones.
Talks to be the next Indiana Jones.
Can you imagine how big The Miz would be if he does all this stuff? He's in his prime now in his career.
And now he just turns to Slater and he's like, "Can you believe it? Indiana Jones." And he's like,
SmackDown, I actually enjoy a lot more than Raw at the moment. I gotta be honest.
What else? What other role did he say he was gonna be? He was gonna be the next James Bond. That's the one.
Yeah.
That's the other one, and he was in that rivalry with Neville because he wanted to learn his accent.
That never really went anywhere, did it?
That never led to anything, no.
I thought
I don't even think that ended.
No, it never really started, to be honest.
No, not really.
Well, they were just trying to kind of do like the replicating the Miz style, either that or the Daniel Bryan being like his rookie thing.
Yeah, because that was still when that was going on.
I was curious about it because the Miz does have a thing about elevating people above himself, but
yeah.
But yeah, so then after all that backstage Indiana Jones talk, we had the Ascension looking the best they've ever looked on the main roster so far.
That's what I thought too. Until
nice.
They still, it still kind of became a glorified squash at the end.
They started well.
Oh, excuse me. Well, anyways,
they started well, and then it turned into the Uso show, as it always seems to do.
Yeah, I appreciate they're not coming out in Road Warrior attire anymore.
Yeah, thank God.
And like crawling under each other during their entrance, but ultimately, at the end, super kicks in stereo turns into a splash from the top rope, and an easy win for the Usos, who were still booed.
Yeah. I honestly I love the NXT love the Ascension, and I'm just trying to wrap it around my head. Imagine for a sec that I don't know, the Ascension or the Vaudevillains. Both teams I love, or well, I definitely love the Vaudevillains more than Ascension, but two teams that are very mistreated as jokes.
Right.
Just imagine if either of those teams won the tag team championships. Nice element of surprise.
Just think, the Ascension were tag team champions for a year
in NXT.
No one even came until they were unseated by the Lucha Dragons. No one even came close.
Yeah,
and
every match they went into was
now they're a joke.
Like a squash,
they've been a joke for a long time.
Yeah, they've not had any decent match. Really, they've just been.
They're less. Those two teams right now are less credible than a team that was put together a couple months ago.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like why. It makes me wonder, why would anyone want to come up from NXT now if knowing how they're going to get treated?
Yeah.
But yeah. So that happened, and then
I guess more than anything can happen.
Yeah.
Like with Finn winning the championship right away, like
it was. Yeah. But then we get a very confusing bit with AJ in the ring and. Dove
once again
down.
Bragging about beating Cena.
Yeah.
He puts the armband on. Looks better on me anyway.
Beat up John Cena. But yeah, and then
claims he should be the number one contender, which I agree with.
Yeah, I like.
Ziggler comes back out
again. not
he's
not
held
rushing
back
him
again.
now. Yeah. I like that Daniel was kind of being more GM-ish now, because every time I see Daniel Bryan, I'm like, all right, so where's Shane to do all the talking, even though he said it was going to be more about the superstars? Because all I ever see is when Daniel and Shane are glued together, they can't be separated.
Yeah.
But it's nice Daniel actually being angry about them constantly attacking each other, just he made the match.
Yeah, you're not going to come out here and ruin the show.
Yeah, but then it confused me.
AJ, I agree with you. You should be number one contender, so you will fight for the championship at Backlash.
Yeah, it's...
And then Ziggler, you get one more chance.
If you win, then you're put into the match.
That would be a cool triple threat, but
I would be up for that.
I kind of knew that wasn't
going
to happen.
I feel like I like Dean Ambrose, but he's been kind of nothing since he's won that. Oh, since he brought it to SmackDown, there's nothing.
Yeah.
There's been no build on that. He was great going into the Shield matches and shit, but now it's I like him, but I want AJ to win, and I feel like he deserves it. So,
do you think he's gonna win it in the first chance?
AJ beat Dean in the first at Backlash. I actually think he will.
I feel like he just might.
He's got momentum. He beat John Cena, dude.
Mm-hmm. I'm thinking after that match, who is gonna beat him at all? Yeah,
exactly. And he's had a really good match with. Well, we'll get that later with Ziggles, but.
Oh, as AJ Lee once called him, Zigglypuff.
Yes. I love me Pokemon, I love me wrestling, but I'm not sure I'm a fan of Zigglypuff. Or Pokemon Go fucking screwing up a match.
Determining matches.
Yeah. But anyway, this now leads on to what is it? This
supposedly
is
the return match for Nikki Bella.
The double turn, yes.
Which
so she has what, like a in-ring like pre-match.
So Renee Young is out there to interview her just to see like how are you feeling after coming back in the warm response you got last night. How did it feel to get back in the ring? And very shortly after she starts talking, Carmella just blindsides her and beats the crap out of her.
Yeah.
Leaves, then comes back and hits the Bella Buster, which is what she used to use as a finisher.
That's what Brie does. I was like, oh shit. Then I was like, oh wait, that actually is Carmella's finisher as well.
Oh, it is?
I think so.
Because I haven't even remembered like what else she's done besides the
moonwalk.
Kind of that choke.
Oh wait, yeah, you're
finisher.
right. Sorry, I think she used to do the Bella Buster before she did that.
Yeah, but wow, it's been a while. So that could be the only thing that could make her relevant right now because she's been entering arenas to silence.
Yeah,
and the occasional cricket.
The occasional cricket. I mean, I do like her. She's full of energy.
When they bother to show up.
Yeah, she's got a nice energy about her and stuff. But there's no. Again, there's not. What's the character that we knew her as part of? You know, with Enzo and Cass, and I every time she talks, I can't. My ears hurt. She's like, I am the princess of Staten Island.
I can't do it. I can't listen to that.
Yeah.
Moonwalking, trash talking, easy Ric Flair.
How you doing?
Mm-hmm. Also, when she had a match with Natalya a few weeks ago, she was in an abdominal stretch. Did you hear the blatant, what sounded like porno screams?
Yeah, I think this is Carmella in porn confirmed. Same with Eva. Marie.
She was in the same hold from Natalya at SummerSlam, and she was silent. I'm pretty sure someone pulled her aside and said, there are a lot of kids watching.
Yeah.
Don't give them any ideas.
That was my impression, apparently.
Mm-hmm. It's like, what?
Yeah,
I have no words, but at least they said something. They had to have. No one. She's not going to realize that on her own.
Yeah. She needs. I feel like she needs like the fucking Dana Brooke with shots. She needs someone above her to like teach her. I feel like if her and Natalya didn't start feuding for no reason, then I feel like Natalya would have actually been a good like mentor as a heel.
Yeah, I can kind of see that. Yeah.
I don't know why. I just feel like that would have helped her. Because Natalya's a good wrestler. We know that shit.
Right.
Underused for a very long time, but she's past it now, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that was that. Then we had...
That would lead to another non-match.
Yay.
Where Randy Orton showing the Wound of War.
Yes. Being interrupted very quickly by Bray Wyatt.
My favorite demonic teddy bear.
Yes.
Bray Wyatt.
I'm not sure.
Basically spouting off about how...
His usual shit.
He's human.
And Wyatt is a god, and Randy's human, and he will destroy him.
Randy's a human. Humans can bleed. Humans can die. I'm a god. Gods cannot die.
And I'm just thinking, you've said this to everyone, and you've not really won many. So please, WWE, let him win.
This is the man that cried when his rocking chair was broken.
Yeah. So that was the source of his power, but now it's back apparently. So
yeah. But then his graphic goes off again, but instead of attacking, he's vanished. Kind of mysteriously.
We believe
you
in
believe
magic,
in magic as long as we shut the lights off.
Yeah. when he started doing this, I feel like they really dropped the ball with Bray Wyatt as soon as they did this whole his program with The Undertaker, where he lost. He should have won. The Wyatts lost against the Brothers of Destruction at some point last year, I think.
bad.
But yeah, that was the time to finally pass the torch. Bray Wyatt should have been the new face.
It's not like it was at WrestleMania or anything. It was just on a show.
It was a
You
Survivor
could have
Series.
had Kane take the pin for all I care.
It was Survivor Series, and we had a 2-on-2. It wasn't even Team Hell No. What am I on about? Fucking Team Hell No. It wasn't even fucking the Brothers of Destruction against the entire Wyatts, who was just the three at the time. Oh, no, wait, actually, Braun was there as well. But yeah, it should have been a 4-on-2 in my opinion, because Brothers of Destruction should have been like, yeah, we can take on any fucker. And Bray's has been misused ever since he debuted, to be honest. It's pissing me off. Don't laugh.
Speaking of misuse, so Heath Slater's out back talking to Arn Anderson.
Yeah.
And he seems like he's kind of thinking about maybe being the partner, but then when he finds out that he was Slater's last hope and not the first person he came to, he got pissed off and he walked away.
Yeah.
And then Rhino puts a hand on his shoulder and tells him that the money you make as a tag team champion is probably enough for an above ground pool. So, which I thought was actually really cool.
Yeah.
I actually really loved that little camaraderie, even if it's not confirmed that Slater even has kids.
I think it's because he changes the number every time.
Yeah.
That's what I do respect Slater, because he's pretty much been like handed like the fucking shit since he joined. I mean, apart from the Nexus and shit, ever since then he was the fucking beaten up toy for every legend ever that came back, including Lita, by the way.
Right. The only one he beat was Doink the Clown.
Yeah. who you wouldn't really argue is much of a professional wrestler.
No.
And then since then he's been in like silly stables and tag teams and programs where he's just getting hit in the head by like guitars and pumpkins for just like one-off shows.
I call him the Iron Man of the undercard.
Yes.
He's always at the bottom, but he's stuck through. He knows he's going out there to lose. He knows he's going out there to be the butt of people's jokes.
Honestly,
to lead a tag team full of people who lose just as much as he does.
Yeah. I just think he loves what he does, though, and he gets paid probably a fair amount for just going out there and having a laugh and getting killed.
Yeah.
Because he does seem like he's having a great time. He didn't give a shit.
Oh yeah.
I love him for that, but
not everyone's gonna get to be a champion. For every person that's in the main event, there's got to be 3 or 4 people who are stuck in a position like this, and he just thrives in it.
They've got to be stepping stones, and that's exactly what he is. So.
Yeah. So he and Rhino are in the 8-team tag team tournament. Have to?
Daniel Bryan say there's going to be another tag team put in? Like another one?
So
8 teams?
So they'll be facing whatever team is like thrown together. Unless another team debuts.
No, I remember. I read it somewhere earlier. The Headbangers or something? There's a team returning to SmackDown next week, I think.
Oh, okay.
And they confirmed it on their Twitter.
And, that's who they're going to face.
Then
we're going to get
who the
Vaudevillains versus the Hype Bros. And since Now, I would have thought that the Hype Bros wouldn't lose their first match on the main roster, but that's most likely what's going to happen, because otherwise it's all face teams as of right now.
Yeah.
Moving on to the second round, especially
have Usos and
American Alpha, and what was probably one of the best matches of the night.
Yeah, Breezango looked really good as well.
Breezango. Both teams look solid.
Breezango are really underrated as a team, actually. Their gimmicks work well together. They look like they're actually good friends in real life. You get that impression.
That little thing backstage before where Tyler said that the winning was going to be a breeze, and then Fandango just realizes that he said that like 15 seconds later, and he starts laughing.
Yeah,
that was hilarious. that was hilarious.
Yeah, I kind of American Alpha though. They haven't been built up as like up here on SmackDown. They already feel like they're the best team there, whereas at NXT, they had to gel as a team. They had to begin winning matches. They had to beat other contenders, and then they finally got the championships. But here, it doesn't feel like they've got like the fans in NXT were nuts for Gable and a little bit for Jordan as well. But here, it's not really. There's nothing like they're a great tag team. I like them still, but
yeah,
there's not really much character there at the moment. It's just
other than they're a solid team and they're the best team, and probably no one's going to beat them.
Yeah.
That's the message that they're sending.
Yeah, they're the team to beat kind of thing.
So what? Yeah. So going off what I said, and by the way, that super kick where Breeze has his opponent's head pulled through his legs on the turnbuckle,
yeah,
is fucking awesome.
Yeah, it's great.
But so I'm going along with, I think Slater and Rhino actually will win the championships.
I hope they do.
With the whole Usos turning heel and cheating to win against Alpha. Alpha costs them the championship match against Slater and Rhino after they take on the Vaudevillains in the semifinals.
That sounds right. Man.
Calling it right now. You can quote me on that, but I don't really think you'll have to. It's not like I'm going to be, I told you so, I told you so.
Yeah, he won't be like that.
I'd be like running down the streets naked, screaming, Slater did it, baby.
Yeah, I'll get like my head like ginger, and I'll start wearing like free agent t-shirts and tight jeans. I might just get that free agent shirt. If I didn't have like 100 t-shirts already. Yeah, I honestly thought about it. I was actually going to get a Social Outcast one as well when they were a thing. Fucking like it. What does it say?
The chains are off.
Yeah. What does it? What does it say about us? Like 10 years ago, I would have been like, go Callisto, yay! And nothing wrong with Callisto now, but he's boring. Now I'm like, fucking kill him, Baron Corbin.
Now all you have to do is believe.
Yeah, I love that man. I'd hate him as a kid, but I love him now.
Yeah.
But I feel like as we get older, we kind of appreciate more of the quirky and heely things that the bastards do.
Oh, I know I do.
Me too, man. But yeah, so American Alpha win against Breezango, and then it's straight to the Dean coming out
in a giant foam cowboy hat.
Yeah, to sit on commentary as I love Dean.
He also tips his waitress in poker chips.
Yeah, I do like Dean, but it's weird. I just don't feel like he needs a championship with the way he acts. I feel like he was better as someone who always chased it. Like when he was constantly going after Rollins when they first split from the Shield, that was probably one of my favorite feuds for a long time. Especially like their lumberjack match and stuff.
I think and their ladder match might have been one of the greatest ones ever.
Oh yeah, definitely, I agree. But so yeah, what was it? Main event time now.
Kind of like akin to Sami Zayn. Like he's obviously best as a scrappy underdog chasing it. He's probably going to win the championship eventually, probably a year or two down the road, after scratching and clawing, exactly like was in NXT. That's where he excels.
Just like Daniel Bryan.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah. Like, even when Sammy was in NXT, I remember when Neville was the champion. Fucking, it's so weird thinking in NXT, Neville and Zayn were the two top guys. And now they're both kind of upper mid-card, I guess. But yeah, like, even back then when Neville was like, had to start pulling out heelish, like, tactics, and Sammy still couldn't win, and he finally won, and people lost their fucking shit. People were crying. I was like, I cried. I was like, fuck yeah, I love Neville, but I love Zayn even more. And he finally won, and then Kevin Owens got involved, and then Sammy got legit injured. I was like, oh.
Which, by the way, you want a work of art. You want to see how to end a match, SummerSlam by TKO. Kevin Owens versus Sami Zayn for the NXT Championship. After like 7 or 8 power bombs, just nonstop. That was a work of theater.
Yeah, because actually you genuinely felt the hatred, felt the emotion, felt the fucking disdain for Owens, and all felt sorry for Sami Zayn.
Yeah.
no, the main roster, in quotes, air quotes, the main roster, because they're not exactly better than NXT. They think the TKO is a good way to win, or actually end a show, and that is for no title. It's just a one-off match. And
Yep.
It's going to be a combo of 4 elbows and then getting up and going to the corner, then coming back, doing the same thing again about 3 more times. And it's just like, oh, fucking NXT. NXT get it so right and so much better, and I'm just wondering why the fuck are they down there watching, having people, like 10 people watch them fight, and the fucking fans are licking each other's balls because they're having such a great time, they don't care whose balls they lick. And then on the main roster you get fucking Barnaby Joe and Jimmy Neutron fighting for the main championship, and no one gives a shit because the championship looks like a fucking Malteser packet, and everyone's just losing their shit, and no one wants to watch the fucking shit because it's half the time it's talking, or fucking everyone's like, oh, I haven't got a challenger, I'm the best champion, and then some fucker just walks out and says I'm a contender, and then they get a fucking shot and then they win it. But in NXT you actually have to build story and fucking emotions and stories are built, and people actually care, and fucking people earn their shit. But now on the main roster, you know what happens? You know what fucking happens? No, they just walk out with their big old floppy shoes on, and they're like, oh, it's my time. And that's fucking how it works. NXT is better than the main roster, and we all fucking know it. So how's it going?
So there was a match between AJ Styles and Dolph Ziggler.
Yeah, that was the main event.
Well, no, yeah. I think, I'm interested to see if NXT, how they cope with the loss of... They lost a ton of people. They've probably lost a dozen or so of the best to call-ups.
They've lost
They've
2
still
tag
got
teams.
some solid ones, but they're now, it's interesting because now they have to build some more people. I know they're bringing some in, like Austin Aries and Bobby Roode, but they've also got to build up some new...
Yeah.
people.
Like Andrade Cien Almas. They got to build people up like him. And they got, to be honest, could do it pretty quick because there's not a lot of like big, like sort of main event sort of caliber wrestlers down there.
After Joe, who's going to challenge Nakamura? Is it going to be Bobby Roode?
It's not going to be Austin Aries or Bobby Roode because they're...
Austin Aries going into a rivalry with Hideo Itami, who I thought was going to... I actually thought Itami was going to challenge Joe, but Nakamura's already won it. I think Itami should have that championship at some point.
Yeah, oh, he will. Yeah, he will. The women's division down there confuses me and worries me a bit even more.
Now, who else is there besides Asuka and now Ember Moon?
Literally just them, and Ember Moon can't challenge already.
Are you going to thrust her into a match right away?
They can't do it.
You shouldn't.
Exactly. Who are they going to put up? Billy Kay, who got beat by Ember Moon, who has nice long legs, but that's not the way to get number. Actually, you know what? If that was on the main roster, Billy Kay would get a fucking shot at the Universal Championship for having long legs.
Oh yeah, go Australia. I'm trying to think who the hell else is really there.
They don't have anyone of a big name and reputation.
They're gonna reach for the bottom of the barrel and bring back Blue Pants to challenge for Asuka for the championship. I
don't know. Liv Morgan, fucking what is it? That chick who they apparently think is going to become like the next Eva Marie, but who can actually wrestle.
I've heard that. I don't know if it was
Rose?
at a live event or if it was during the next set of tapings that she's gonna try to challenge for it or like try to get herself a championship match.
Who's that?
Liv Morgan.
Oh really?
I mean, I'll tune in if that's the case, but.
I mean, she's talented and she's cool and stuff, but
even if there's some talented women down there, even if I don't know who the heck they are,
if Bayley and people like Nia Jax can't beat Asuka,
who
can? Is a female Undertaker gonna rise from the grave? Are we gonna get fucking John Cena? Are we gonna have? We could have John Cena. He could put on a wig. He could go down there. I'm sure
he's put on a mask and been one Cena.
Fucking hell.
He can be Jen Cena.
Yes, Jen Cena, yeah. That sounds good.
Hold on. I'm gonna tweet hashtag Jen Cena.
Jen Cena. I'm sure everyone would love that to pieces. Um,
Women's champ. Women's champ. Okay. Well, yeah, AJ Styles versus Dolph Ziggler.
Yeah, that's the match that happened, and it was actually the best match of the night. I actually think as a.
I feel like it could have been. The thing is, it was the best match of the night, and it still felt like it could have been a little better.
Yeah,
but
not pay-per-view quality, but it was still good.
It went the way it needed to go.
Yeah.
Both of these guys kill it when it comes to selling for each other's offense.
That was great when they, especially when you get two people like this. Like, imagine a triple threat, or imagine these two in the ring with Rollins. Like that triple threat alone would be great. And I love that AJ's got this new momentum and confidence now. He's beat Cena. I like this. I feel like this is gonna be a story that goes on for a while.
Right.
He's gonna keep saying how much better he is. I hope that doesn't mean that John Cena's going to return in a Superman costume and AA him once and then he'll win and then AJ will literally be dead forever. I hope that doesn't happen, because we all know that John Cena likes to get revenge and has to have the last win. But I like the match. I'm kind of confused. Like, I kind of hate the fact that they know people like AJ and Dolph and Rollins. WWE know that those guys are workhorses and they're really talented, yet they'll go, well, AJ's where he is because he's probably, in my opinion, probably the best pure wrestler they have at the moment in WWE.
Right.
And then you've got people like, I just feel like Dolph Ziggler isn't being like shown as much in the main event because no one I don't know if it's because no one in management wants him up there at the top. I don't know if it's his attitude or his look, but I feel like he should be up there like where Rollins and Styles are.
It feels like the more time that goes on, the more guys are introduced that are athletically superior.
Yeah, that's true.
So, like, years ago, Ziggler really did steal a show, and he's still incredibly talented, but there are guys coming in that are getting more and more impressive.
I was going to say, back then, some of the most athletic guys we had were people just like Kofi Kingston and Dolph Ziggler. And now we've got people like Finn Balor and Seth Rollins and AJ Styles.
Like, a really solid match, and I mean this like with complete seriousness, but Kofi Kingston versus Jack Swagger was a big and impressive match 6 years ago.
Because it showcased the power of a man like Swagger.
Now I'm looking at something awesome like AJ Styles versus Dolph Ziggler, and I'm going, it could have been better.
Yeah, like that. Our expectations are always going to get better the more talent they get worldwide, and obviously they get now WWE attracting people from Japan and fucking all over the world with this Cruiserweight Classic stuff. It's like who can they really, like, how are they going to have to keep outdoing themselves? Are they going to sign porn stars? I mean, they basically did.
It depends. Are they athletic?
Yeah, well, some of them are flexible. And I guess back in the Attitude Era, they liked all that sort of thing. They're barely any clothing.
Sure, bring back the bra and panties matches while you're at it.
Yes, the most respectful matches you ever did see.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
it was another pretty. Again, with the whole convincing zigzag near fall thing, it was actually very close. But then Styles counters the super kick, hits a Styles clash, kind of waits to go for the pin, which is kind of weird. But then he ultimately gets it, and that's just how they end SmackDown.
Yeah,
with a stare down between Styles and Dean Ambrose, who did not wear the hat for the stare down,
which is a shame. I found it kind of weird though how I know it's only a change of attire, but how Styles wore the red, which is what he'd usually wear for big pay-per-views.
Mm-hmm.
He wore that at WrestleMania, the red and white, but at SummerSlam he wore his usual black and blue, but then he wears his air quote quote unquote special gear, his colour change. And I don't know why, but part of me wishes Ziggler would go back to like the kind of the boxer short kind of thing.
Yeah.
I just feel like it suited him more. But then again, I said the same about Kofi when he went to full-on tights, but now I think it's fine. It suits him. I don't know. And why does Ziggler not bother dyeing his hair blonde anymore? Wasn't that part of his gimmick?
Yeah, the bleached blonde superstar.
Blonde isn't cool anymore. Seth Rollins got rid of his, and now Ziggler's rid of his. It's very confusing.
I guess his hair now is still better than when he had the short brown hair for like a weird short time.
Oh,
he was the new Dolph Ziggler.
Yeah. That was a bad time. Oh, dearie me. But, yeah, I think that's it, isn't it? We've covered everything now.
We've covered
NXT
an entire
TakeOver.
Saturday through Wednesday.
Oh, my God.
Like, I think of all the things we could do with this is probably the longest one we'll ever have.
Yeah.
Because, let's see, 2.5 hours TakeOver, 6-hour SummerSlam, 3-hour Raw, 2-hour SmackDown.
And we could have... I feel like on the Saturdays where we cover the week's part, like prior to that, if there wasn't a pay-per-view, we could probably cover Cruiserweight Classic stuff, but then is there much point because it's nearly finished now, so...
Right.
I mean, we could talk... We talked about a few of the stars in this one, so we could probably talk about some of the stars, not into huge detail, but we can name drop them or mention them and stuff in future ones, if we've not got as much to talk about.
Whew.
Yeah,
I don't think I've yelled at all, but I'm kind of losing my voice.
My voice is very dry. I've not had a drink.
My throat's been dry for like hours.
Yeah, I've not had a drink.
To keep refilling my water.
I've not had a drink or a piss for the last 4.5 hours. I thought you'd all love to know that.
You brave soul. I need a third piss.
Yeah, I need like the amount of worth of 5. I feel like the front of me is just going to explode into a broken fire hose. It just doesn't want to turn off.
After so many gallons, you lose count.
Yeah, and also I haven't drunk, and I've got very mumbly with my words, and my throat hurts too, because even before we started, my throat was a bit dry, and it's just very warm. And it's now 3:10 in the morning. I'm knackered.
Excellent. I mean, even though it's only 10:10 here, I have to get up early for work next morning.
Oh man. But
yeah. So we've been going 4.5 hours.
We've been going a long time. But I'd say this. Well, it's a good time to end because we're finished. So.
Well, that's probably the best time to end it, when you run out of material.
But it's like now we'll just go through and we'll literally live stream for like a solid month and a half, and find some stuff to talk. We'll like dig deep into the dark side of the internet and start reading like fan stories and like all these weird like Shield porn like stories that people write.
There's probably plenty.
Oh, there is. It's disturbing.
Oh my god.
And Roman Reigns speared his dick into the arse of
First of all, if anyone is watching this, like, not live, but if they're playing this back and you manage to get all the way to the end, I hope you appreciate the way that we just ended that.
Yeah, we're talking about Roman Reigns
speared his dick right into his hole.
Right into Dirty Deeds. Ambrose Dirty Deeds.
Ambrose planted his dirty deeds.
Right into Rollins' mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Who then curb stomped his own balls up Roman Reigns' ass.
I bet that's an exact quote.
Oh, on that note, I think it's a good time to me to go sleep and you go sleep and both of us to piss and drink. And
I think probably in that order.
Yeah, I think it's good.
Yeah, why not?
And tomorrow I'll play around with the not the Roman Reigns spear in my dick, but
the curb stomp of the balls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
with the Skype window thing, and I'll see if get it to work. But yeah, I'll sort it out. But
Okay.
Even if we might just stay like this because I'm happy with how this is right now.
I honestly, it's nice. I feel like there's something about not being on the camera that kind of takes away some pressure. Like
that's why I do a lot less face cam stuff with my personal channel now.
I feel like sometimes when I record, like, my better commentaries are when there's no face cam.
Yeah, I mean, I use face cam for like a horror game, but what else? What other reason do I need to use it? Like, really?
Right. Yeah.
Like,
I guess for funny reactions, but will they be natural reactions?
Yeah, but people will be watching us like slowly deteriorate into our own bodies and get more tired and more bags under our eyes, and we'll get like fucking. They'll see piss shoot up from the bottom of the camera because it's coming up my penis end because I can't hold it anymore, and they'll see you like fucking down in the drink and almost dying because you didn't realise it was bleach, but you were so thirsty you didn't even read the bottle, and it would just be a travesty.
That would be a bummer, yeah.
Yeah, that'd be a bad way to end the episode. I piss myself and you die, but
yeah. And then, of course, it would keep streaming because we probably wouldn't stop it. So,
yeah,
that would be a delightful train wreck.
Of course, at least we'll get big on the internet, I guess. Like people.
I guess that's one way to do it.
Yeah. But yeah, I seriously need a drink. My throat is as dry as a sandpaper up the arse. Classy, guys. Oh, I didn't really see that till now. But yeah, thank you all for thanks for all those who watched live, as in, especially Brennan. You've been here from
Brennan,
the
you
start.
are a trooper.
You're a champion. You've been here from the start, right?
I think very close.
Yeah.
I think you were the first new person to find us with. Thank you for the bromosexuals line, by the way.
Yeah.
And then, Jack's Wolfpack WWE News asked us to subscribe to their news channel.
Right.
Like, I kind of missed that, but at the same time.
And Grace, thank you too. And of course, Geek, we love you. And Lois.
Thank you.
And
also,
Lois.
Keegan too.
Keegan.
And
Martin.
If Martin's awake, then thank you.
Just thank you, everyone who's supported us in our first ever attempt at a stream. It's been a fun. It's gone quicker than I thought it would have done.
Yeah, thank you to. I think a couple people have subscribed.
We have 7 subscribers. That was,
and
that was me trying to say subscribe.
There were 4 before the stream.
Oh, was there?
So thank you to Brennan and whoever else.
Yeah, thank you. That's really nice of you. But yeah,
we will see you next week, I believe. Then
next Saturday.
I guess maybe for the description, like when this obviously is gonna like process after the stream is over.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe in like the description, we'll put the links to our other channels at the bottom somewhere in the description.
I was supposed to do that, but yes.
Okay. Oh, I didn't even check to see if it was. Okay, now.
I was supposed to. That was supposed to be me doing that. Yes. I will get on that right now. But I will do that when we stop streaming because I can't be bothered to do it while I'm streaming. Yeah.
Thank you again. Even though I already thanked you. Thank you. As I point at the camera that isn't on.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, the viewers who have watched us a still image for 4.5, nearly 5 hours, I think.
Yeah, please tell me you've been on other tabs, right? You haven't just looked at us the whole time.
Can you imagine if someone's just literally staring at this the whole time for 4.5? Ah.
And then like started to get excited when the color changed.
The poor children.
You're the real heroes.
Yeah. But, yeah, fuck off.
Okay, cool.
No, that's not a thing I should be saying to people.
No, watching UFC on mute.
Oh, wait, what?
Alright, so watching people get beat up while listening to a couple guys talking about people beating each other up.
Nice. Right.
Dig it.
I can dig it. I can suck its cock. Mm-hmm.
I guess, so you can dig it, sucker.
Yeah, I can suck it, Digger.
Hey now, that's some territory.
Is it?
Almost.
Well, I think the conversation we're having now is confirming I'm fucking knackered. Yeah, it's 3:20. So, again, for the...
To all of you who are not on his time zone, that's late.
Yeah, me and you are generally awful at this, especially when it's just me and you in a Skype call. And we're like, alright, well, I'll see you later, dude. And you're like, cool, I'll see you later. And I'm like, yeah, well, later then. And you're like, yeah, cool, bye. And we're just sitting there for like 50 minutes before any of us hang up.
Because I don't know why. I have this like internal need to... I feel like I have to end on something profound.
Yeah. It has
instead
to be...
of being like, bye. You know,
like that's like when I do the whole like the really clever and funny who is sexy and hangs up thing, and then I hang up. That's genius, right?
I tried. I almost caught it in time that one time. I tried to, but you were faster because I bet your button was already on it.
I was ready. I was prepared for that shit. But yeah, seriously, I feel like oh, I dick it. All right, what? Do he joke? Oh yeah, you're the impression man here.
Which one do you want? Do you want me to give you the gift of Jericho? Drink it in, man.
And then you should and then I'd super kick you, and then
you stupid idiot.